I also received from the Electoral Commission the writ of summons on the Ayawaso East by-election held on 3rd March 2026, and I shall proceed to read the communication. The communication, sorry, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I believe it should be writ of elections. Yeah, it should be writ of elections, Mr. Speaker. Just for the records.
Was there a slip of tongue? Oh, sorry. It's writ of elections. I said writ of summons. Oh, kindly forgive me. You see, I'm no more in court. Yes, it's writ of election. It's dated 4th March 2026, and it was directed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House at Accra. It says, dear sir, submission of writ of election for the Ayawaso East Parliamentary by-election held on 3rd March 2026. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Please find attached the writ of election for the Ayawaso East Parliamentary by-election held on Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 in the Ayawaso East constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43 2B of the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. Thank you. Yours sincerely, Mr. Samuel Tete, Deputy Chairman, Operations for Chairperson. I want to call on the Hansard office to capture the totality of the rate of election, but read the Form B, which is part of the rate, which deals with the certificate to be endorsed on the rate, which I believe is more important at this stage. Certificate to be endorsed on rate reads, I hereby certify that the Member of Parliament elected for the Ayawaso East constituency in pursuance of this rate is Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed, and the number of votes cast in respect of each of the candidates at the election is as follows. 1. Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed, votes obtained 10,884. 2. Ibrahim Idrisu, votes obtained 43. 3. Yusuf Ali Baba, votes obtained 4,009. 4. Mohammed Umar Sanda. Votes obtained 1,885. 5. Kano David. Votes obtained 107. This is dated 3rd March 2026 and signed by the returning officer. And so the results, as stated, shows that the person that has won, which is captured on an attached sheet, which reads as follows: 2026 parliamentary by-election list of elected candidate, region, Greater Accra, constituency, Ayawaso East. Name of elected candidate, Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed. Party affiliation, NDC. Sex, male. Contact number, 0244 774414. So, honorable members, it's my duty to definitely do what is expected of me today, and that is to, on your behalf, swear in the person that the voters in the Ayawaso East constituency have decided to elect as their member of parliament. So, pursuant to Order 13, Rule 1 of the standing orders of this House, I shall now invite the honorable member-elect for Ayawaso East constituency to proceed to the Speaker's dais to take the oath of allegiance and the oath of a member of parliament.
Okay. Thank you.
Honorable members, he is one of the members we refer to here as I shall return. So he's used to the drill, and so you have to repeat after me. Insert your name where necessary, and let us together swear the oath of allegiance. I,
Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana as by law established,
to the Republic of Ghana as by law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve,
and that I will preserve,
protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
and defend the Constitution of Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You will now have to swear the oath of a member of Parliament. I,
Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed,
having been elected a member of Parliament, do,
having been elected a member of Parliament, do,
in the name of the Almighty God, swear,
in the name of the Almighty God, swear,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana,
as by law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold,
that I will uphold,
preserve, protect,
and
defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana,
defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament.
discharge the duties of a member of Parliament.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you voluntarily offered yourself to serve the good people of the Ayawasu East constituency. In your campaign, you stated that you want to serve them as a member of Parliament, and by doing so serve Ghana. You don't want to serve Ghana as a high commissioner in Nigeria. I took note of those statements, and I'm going to hold you as my son. He knows what I mean by saying that. It's not the word of the general son I've been using for all of you. This one is different. And he knows the import of that. I will hold you accountable to the good people of Ayawasu East constituency. Serving them, you must. And so I'll focus on you on this floor to see how you perform in serving them. If you don't, I can assure you I'll be there to campaign against you in the next election. To facilitate your work, we'll definitely have to give you the basic tools to work with. And the first is the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which you just swore to preserve, to protect, and to defend. This is the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992. We will add to you the standing orders of the Republic of Ghana. These are revised standing orders effective 2nd January 2024. And so they are not the standing orders that you know, because you were here before. These are revised standing orders. Please kindly take note read them, and make sure that you are going and abiding by these standing orders. The other documents will follow soon. But on behalf of the House, I want to congratulate you for winning the by-election. Your winning this by-election has also triggered urgent action in this House. And so we have in this House a proposed private members' bill which is meant to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Act to include conduct and acts during by-elections, and also primaries of political parties. It's important I draw attention to this because we need all of you to come together for us to do what we believe is right. And so I will congratulate you because you followed what was the law. But we are now going to change that law and make sure that the sentiments and concerns that Ghanaians have raised become binding law on all of us. In the meantime, you are congratulated and you are welcome to this House.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of some of our visitors because our doors are now widely open. Every sitting we receive so many visitors, and it's our practice to always acknowledge their presence. And so we have visitors from 3 institutions today. We have 64 of them coming from Dar es Salaam Islamic Basic School, which is located at Lejo Kuku. They are led by their English language teacher by name Mr. Kwame Debra Jang. Please, you are warmly welcome to Parliament, your Parliament, and luckily you witnessed one of the rarest occasions, swearing in of a member of Parliament after a by-election. So that is a fortune for you. Also take time to learn the other things that take place on a daily basis. And so on behalf of the House, I warmly welcome you. Please resume your seats. We also have 65 visitors from Harmony International School, Sogakope, and that is in the South Tong constituency. They are being led by the Civic Education Officer by name Mr. Ernest Dejo. And as I said, there are 65 in number. You are also warmly welcome. And the same goes to you as I just communicated to your colleagues from the Dar es Salaam Islamic Basic School. So you may resume your seats. The last but not the least, we have 35 visitors from Deacon's Academy. Deacon's Academy is located in the Dobe Kwabinya constituency. They are led here by their supervisor by name Mr. So Philip Yao. You are also warmly welcome. and it's the same message to you, and so you may kindly resume your seat. There are many more, but I haven't received the list yet. As and when I receive the list, I'll let members know, those who are here. I'll definitely grant opportunity for your leaders to say a few words of welcome to our youngest member of parliament. But it's important I say this before you come in. I gave my daughter in marriage to him. Yes, some years ago. That time, he was a young boy. Now he's grown. And his wife, my daughter, is here. And I will just mention her name. Anywhere you see her, please, that's my daughter. She is now Mrs. Rehena to Baba Jamal. So I don't feature anywhere there now. I will not hear what you are saying. So I want to give opportunity to the leaders to welcome him. And I think that on the minority side, I don't know whether the minority deputy whip want to do that for and on behalf of the minority leader. Yes, please, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of my colleagues from the minority, welcome him to...
Don't worry, we've agreed. We have agreed. It's okay.
Honorable members, in fact, my attention has been drawn to the fact that the national chairman of the National Democratic Congress has led the he is sparklingly dressed in white. All white. The Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, one of the foundation members of this parliament. Yes. Minister for Roads and Highways. Am I out of order?
Mr. Speaker, you can never be out of order. But I was surprised that when the leader of the minority decided to nominate somebody to speak, the deputy leader is sitting by the leader. He decided to sideline the only lady at the front and give the opportunity.
They don't like women.
This is very surprising. Mr. Speaker, I'm even told that Mama Pat is going to be the running mate of Dr. Baumia. That is why you don't like her.
Mr. Speaker, when the NDC won, I advised Kwame Agboja to stay in leadership. He decided to go to the Roads Ministry. I know he misses leadership. You have your leaders here. Anytime you come, you want to cause trouble.
And take their job.
Is that your matter? Mr. Speaker, we have taken our decision. And Mr. Speaker, oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, that said, I'm sure we're going to have friends of Baba Jamal here. Mr. Speaker, please, our respected colleague, the Deputy Minority Whip, would take the bite on behalf of the caucus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of my colleagues, welcome the Member of Parliament for Ayawaso East. And as he can observe, it is very clear that our colleagues in the majority are now trying to save their face, having issued a letter of vote of no confidence in him. Yes. It was signed by the 189 majority caucus. Mr. Speaker,
They selected 16.
saying that they should annul the primaries that he has won. Mr. Speaker, saying that they don't have confidence in that process. Mr. Speaker, saying that they should not even allow him again to participate in any future primaries. So, Mr. Speaker, the letter that was signed by the regional caucuses of the majority representing the 189, Baba Jamal, they are not your friends. They don't like you at all. You are welcome on our side. But Mr. Speaker, we are welcoming you. Mr. Speaker, we are welcoming you. And it is very obvious that the only friend Baba Jamal has in the NDC, because the president fired him before he was declared. The majority denied him before he was declared. The only person who stood by him is the national chairman of their party. Asiedu Nketia is the only friend you have in the party. Any other person is not your friend. And Mr. Speaker, when you observe what actually is going on in the chamber, I just want to advise Honorable Baba Jamal that the majority, Mr. Speaker, the majority,
Where is he?
Mr. Speaker, the majority, even where he is seated, it's an indication that they don't like him at all. Mr. Speaker, the minority welcome you, but we don't want Kosiani Moko. We don't want TVs and we don't want motorbikes. The most important thing is that when you come, we are yet to find out whether the Kosiani Moko or the Bibi Gumana. Mr. Speaker, because the way the election, Mr. Speaker, the outcome of the election indicates that the NDC lost popularity in the Ayawaso election. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, just 1 year ago, the NDC pulled 22,000 votes in the constituency, representing 70%. 1 year along the line, 1 year, they could not pull anything up to 11,000, from 22,000 to 10,888. It is an indication that the Ghanaians are not happy with this government. Already. It is an indication that Ghanaians are aware of the settings of this government. Already. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not late. It is not late. You can say you are too close to the minority, so you can join us. Mr. Speaker, without much, I welcome him and to tell him that he is welcome to the family of 276, where we sit here as brothers. We'll reach out, brothers and sisters, we'll reach out to each other, and the minority will have welcomed you. You see that nobody from the majority welcome you and shake you. It is the minority that are your friends. The majority, they have not revoked their letter, and their letter still stands that they don't believe in you, and they believe that you should not be an MP. But we believe that you should be an MP. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not long ago,
our friends on the other side copiously signed petitions calling for the dismissal of their own finance minister. Mr. Speaker, this went down in history as unprecedented, where an entire caucus will sign petitions calling for the dismissal of a sitting minister of finance. And he was there. He was there. And I am surprised that my colleague, the minority leader, has passed the baton on to you to comment today. And I knew the tangent you were going. But he would have had a difficulty going in that tangent, because we would have pointed out to him that in his constituency, Bawumia lost woefully. Bawumia lost woefully, abysmally. And I don't know what the implications are in terms of the confidence that you have in Bawumia as a leader of your party, as a flag bearer. But Mr. Speaker, of course, in every human society, there are incidents, there are twists, and there are turns. Ultimately, our brother...
Majority Leader, sorry, I have to interrupt. I have to rush to another assignment. And so the first Deputy Speaker will take the chair. You may continue.
Majority Leader, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, ultimately, the Honorable Alhaji Baba Jamal is here in this chamber. We on this side warmly congratulate him and welcome him into the chamber. Mr. Speaker, he is not a newcomer to this chamber. He is a tried and tested hand in this chamber. A tried and tested hand. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that his presence in this chamber is going to fortify the capacity of the majority. He is known for his capacity to strike at the very heart of the opposition. As a Deputy General Secretary of the party, he led the struggle that restored NDC into power. And we are very, very proud of his track record. And we believe that his addition to the caucus is going to improve our capacity. Mr. Speaker, I am very confident that the leadership of this side of the House has been strengthened by his presence. As a lawyer of no mean, practice background, he's been representing NDC in many cases, has built capacity, and if he joins us on this side of the House, at least we can unleash him on Yabuama and then we'll deal with the rest. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Honorable Baba Jamal knows the NDC very well, knows this caucus very well. In no time, I believe we'll begin a good working relationship. As for the attempt by Habib, to misrepresent history. I'm saying that as for the attempt of Habib to misrepresent history, we will treat him with all the disdain and ignore him. We will ignore him. We will not engage him along those tangents. So, Baba Jamal, you are welcome. Congratulations. For a man to decide to leave the position of High Commissioner to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and to come and sit in this chamber is an indication of his commitment to public service. It's an indication of his commitment to the people of Ayawaso East. And we admire that, we respect that, and we welcome you. Welcome. Thank you, my brother.
Honourable members, let me add my voice in congratulating Honourable Baba Jamal and welcoming him to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, thereafter, permit me to acknowledge the presence of chiefs, queen mothers, and elders from East Ayawaso, led by Chief Louis. I also welcome tribal chiefs and Malam from the constituency to Parliament of Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, on your behalf, I urge them to have a fruitful visit to Parliament. Honourable members, can we take the vote and proceedings of Monday, 9th March 2026? Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. And page 11. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the vote and proceedings of Monday, 9th March 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have a request by the Minister for Finance, acting through his deputy, to make a statement on some government policy that we want you to allow him, pursuant to Order 91-2, to make a statement.
Yes, minority leadership. That's the application.
Speaker, we thought that a conclave that would have been brought up for discussions. And this is as of some sort of a surprise to us, unknown to us. And the respected clerk was also in conclave. We agreed to take the debate and basically proceed with the debate. And Mr. Speaker, there is also a program at 4 o'clock. So all of these were agreed that we will take some debaters and then we'll proceed. I don't know if that can be deferred to tomorrow, but we are entirely in your hands.
Well, being entirely in my hand, leave is hereby granted. Deputy Minister for Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to deliver a statement on behalf of Dr. Kasil Ato-Forson, the Minister for Finance. And the statement is on the audit of the arrears, as was reported to this House during the mid-year budget review. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this statement on a matter that is very important to this Republic. This is a report on the systemic plunder and abuse of the public financial management system. By the time I'm done with this presentation, it will become clear that something needed to be done to save our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget of the ongoing audit of government arrears and commitments as at end 2024 and promised to submit same to this House when the process is completed. The Ghana Audit Service, working in partnership with EY and PwC, undertook an exercise to verify and validate a total of 68.7 billion Ghana cedis submitted to the Ministry of Finance in unpaid interim payment certificates, invoices, and bank transfer advices owed to contractors and suppliers. Out of this, outstanding IPCs and invoices amounted to 50.5 billion Ghana cedis, while outstanding bank transfer advices amounted to 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Findings. Mr. Speaker, permit me to present some of the troubling findings of the audit. Out of the 68.7 billion Ghana cedis submitted for audit, a total of 45.4 billion Ghana cedis was deemed to be valid for payment. A total of 8.1 billion Ghana cedis was rejected for various reasons, including unsupported documentation, duplication, overstatement, already paid items, falsified stores receipt advice, and no work done. About 1 billion Ghana cedis of the outstanding BTAs, which refers to invoices and IPCs processed by MDAs in 2024, approved by Ministry of Finance, submitted to Controller and Accountant General's Department, and pending payment were rejected. Mr. Speaker, this 1 billion Ghana cedis that was rejected by the audit would have been paid if the Ministry of Finance had not made a bold decision to stop payment in January 2025. About 7.1 billion Ghana cedis of the outstanding IPCs and invoices, which refers to requests by MDAs for payments to suppliers and contractors, and certified for payment by various public officers across the approval hierarchies, have also been rejected. They were rejected for various reasons, including absence of supporting documents, duplications, recycled invoices and IPCs, overstatements, and no work done. Again, an amount of 13.3 billion Ghana cedis is yet to be validated for various reasons, including lack of third-party confirmation, inadequate documentation, and no supporting contracts. Mr. Speaker, fictitious debt of 89.4 million Ghana cedis. The then Ministry of Trade and Industry in 2024 submitted a request of 89.4 million Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Finance to be transferred to 5 commercial banks as government's contribution to interest payments under the One District, One Factory initiative. The Ministry of Finance subsequently processed same to the Controller and Accountant General's Department for payment. But Mr. Speaker, this particular request was part of BTAs sitting at the Controller and Accountant General's Department awaiting cash for payment. When auditors contacted these 5 banks to confirm the liability, every single one of them denied being owed any amount by government under the said arrangement. According to the auditors, the said 89.4 million Ghana cedis debt was fictitious. Without the audit intervention, a whopping 89.4 million Ghana cedis of hard-earned public money could have been disbursed to settle this non-existent liability. Mr. Speaker, only God knows how much of taxpayers' money has been lost to similar fictitious claims. Right Honorable Speaker, payment of 10.5 million Ghana cedis was recorded as having been made into an account named the buffer account at a commercial bank. Upon verification, the bank confirmed that it had never received such payment. The account number cited did not exist within the bank's records and did not even conform to its account numbering format. The evidence from the audit pointed to a completely fictitious account. Mr. Speaker, as a result of these fictitious accounts linked to the one district, one factory payments, the entire 1D, 1F scheme requires a forensic audit which will be carried out soon. More so when government is said to have spent 391 million Ghana cedis as its contribution towards 1D, 1F interest subsidies as at the end of 2024. The dry spell expenditure. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the government of Ghana paid for 34,000 metric tons of rice to address the impact of the dry spell. However, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture received and distributed 24,000 metric tons of rice. To date, 10,000 metric tons of rice remains unaccounted for, even though the entire quantity has been fully paid for. The audit revealed that the government of Ghana also contracted a company to supply 100,000 metric tons of maize. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture submitted stores receipt advice as evidence of delivery of the 100,000 metric tons of maize worth 771.2 million Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Finance for payment. But only 11,900 metric tons was supplied and distributed. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the store's receipt advice was supported by a checklist that was certified by the internal auditor of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Overpayment for transportation of grains. Mr. Speaker, under the Farmer Food Relief and Recovery Program, a transportation company was contracted to transport 134,000 metric tons of maize and rice to farmers across the country at a contract sum of 115.2 million Ghana cedis. Even though the company transported only 35,000 out of the 134,000 metric tons, which should have costed 30.9 million Ghana cedis, the company was paid in cash 50 million Ghana cedis. In addition to this payment, the company was given 7,311 metric tons of rice, equivalent to 14,622 bags of 50 kg rice, which amounts to 11.7 million Ghana cedis in lieu of cash for no work done. This brings total payment to 61.7 million cedis to the transportation company. As a result, the Auditor General accordingly rejected an amount of 65.2 million Ghana cedis that was requested by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture as additional payment to the said transport company. The unfounded teacher trainee arrears. The Ministry of Education reported unpaid allowances totaling 160 million Ghana cedis to teacher trainees under the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. When auditors engaged GTEC, the agency confirmed that as of December 2024, there were no outstanding arrears. Over 159 million Ghana cedis would have been lost but for this audit. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 6.1 million Ghana cedis appeared on the Ministry of Education's BTA schedule at the Controller and Accountant General's Department, even though the same funds had already been paid by a donor partner. Such entries opened a door for double payments and exposed a dangerous pattern of weak oversight and porous coordination between donor and government financial records. Mr. Speaker, auditors identified BTAs totaling 293 million Ghana cedis for 6 MDAs with no documentation. There were no contracts, no IPCs, and no record of any executed work. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of the unsupported BTAs are as follows. Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, 241.2 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Roads and Highways, 26.3 million Ghana cedis. Judicial Service, 18.2 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Special Initiatives, 3.7 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Health, 2.4 million Ghana cedis. And the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, 782,262 Ghana cedis. Falsified stores receipt advices intended for misappropriation of public funds. Mr. Speaker, auditors uncovered transactions worth 9.4 million Ghana cedis supported by forged stores receipt advices, SRAs, that had been used to justify requests for payment for goods that were never delivered. Ministry of Defense, 4.8 million. A contract between the Ministry of Defense and a company for vehicles intended for border surveillance and monitoring of the 2024 general election revealed that despite the issuance of stores receipt advice, which is an official document confirming that goods have been received, dated 12 October 2024, the vehicles were never delivered. Similarly, the Judicial Service appeared to be caught in a web of falsified stores receipt advice. While an SRA dated 25th October 2024 claimed the receipt of 7 Toyota saloon cars, as soon as the audit was initiated, the supplier wrote to the Judicial Service on 10th April 2025, indicating their inability to supply the said vehicles as scheduled. This shows that fraudulent documents were submitted to the Ministry of Finance for payments, and steps have been taken to avoid the recurrence of this incidents. Mr. Speaker, these cases illustrate a disturbing pattern of fraud designed to deprive the people of Ghana hundreds of millions of cedis of public funds. Recycling of already paid IPCs and invoices. Mr. Speaker, claims amounting to 4.4 billion Ghana cedis, which had already been paid between 2020 and 2024, were fraudulently resubmitted for payment. These recycled claims originated from the following MDAs. Ministry of Roads and Highways, 3.6 billion Ghana cedis. Ministry of Health, 384.8 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Energy, 216.7 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Food and Agriculture, 57 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Defense, 40.9 million Ghana cedis. Independent power producers, 36.4 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Finance, 26.4 million Ghana cedis. And Ministry of Interior, 3.1 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, but for our vigilance, the Ghanaian taxpayer would have lost a colossal 4.4 billion Ghana cedis in these recycled claims. Right, Honorable Speaker, one eye-opening finding of this audit was that MDAs did not have sufficient records of what they had contracted, what they had paid, and what was outstanding. Shockingly, government of Ghana was at the mercy of contractors and suppliers to determine how much is owed to them. Mr. Speaker, this calls for an urgent review, redesign, and implementation of an appropriate PFM architecture to manage our public funds. Mr. Speaker, auditors identified duplicated and overstated claims by MDAs totaling 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. These MDAs include the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, an amount of 408.3 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Energy, 386.7 million Ghana cedis. The National Service Scheme, 334.5 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Roads and Highways, 125.65 million Ghana cedis. Ministry of Health, 114.2 million Ghana cedis. And the NCCE, 8.8 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense reported 77.1 million Ghana cedis as outstanding claims for which IPCs and invoices were issued, although the contract had expired and deliveries were not made. Mr. Speaker, according to the auditors, confirmation responses received indicated an overstatement in claims by 161.9 million Ghana cedis. These emanated from Department of Urban Roads, 57 million Ghana cedis, Ministry of Transport, 39.9 million Ghana cedis, Department of Feeder Roads, 22.46 million Ghana cedis, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, 20 million Ghana cedis, Ghana Highways Authority, 17.5 million Ghana cedis, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 2.68 million Ghana cedis. Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, the audit of Agenda 111 projects also revealed that a total amount of $7.9 million United States dollars was paid to 35 contractors as advance mobilization under the program. But these contractors have either failed to mobilize to site or the work done is not commensurate with the amount paid. The advance mobilization guarantees secured by the 35 contractors who received the $7.9 million US dollars have all expired. The Auditor General has subsequently issued notices of surcharge to the offending contractors. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this audit has exposed a rotten system designed to fleece the people of Ghana. It reveals not just lapses in our public financial management architecture, but a pervasive and systemic plunder of the public purse. A culture marked by the fabrication of fictitious claims, the resubmission of recycled invoices, the forgery of stores receipt advice, and the treatment of public funds as personal entitlement rather than as public trust. The President Mahama administration refuses to accept this rotten system. In fact, we refuse to normalize waste, and we refuse to ask the Ghanaian people to pay for fraud. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has formally referred the report of the Auditor General to the Attorney General to bring to account those responsible for this rape of the public purse. Those who abused their offices, colluded with contractors, falsified records, or attempted to loot the public purse through the back door will be held to account. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will no longer serve as a rubber stamp for weak controls and falsified claims. Going forward, no payment will be made without full verification, no commitment will be entered into without budgetary allocation, and no officer, regardless of rank, will be shielded from accountability. This moment marks a decisive break from the past, a reset of public financial management, a declaration that discipline has returned to the center of fiscal and economic governance. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people demand accountability, and under His Excellency President Mahama's government, that demand will be met with action. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I seek your leave to lay the report of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance. Honorable members, I will open the floor for comment subject to Order 91, 3, and 4. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yaboma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, yes. You comment. Speaker, just to, by way of a guide, we want to pray that we take 3-3 on its side. Oh, please. What? Why? I am making a proposal. So, please, listen to me. If you have a counter proposal, you
Minority
say so.
leadership, the proposal is to take 3-3 comments.
Can do. Mr. Speaker, with respect, normally we would have to agree instead of communicating directly to the chair. I don't think that is what the majority side did. That notwithstanding, I would want to suggest that we take 5 plus leadership, making 6. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is an important matter that has just come. We would be happy to talk about it, especially when the Deputy Minister talks about rot in governance. I'm sure he would soon see that things are more rotten under the very administration he serves than what he complains of. So, Mr. Speaker, it's good he's brought it on. Let's take it to the cleaners. It's good he's brought it on. We're ready for them.
Leadership. 6. Very well. So by Order 91, 4, the comment must not exceed 5 minutes. The timekeepers are up there. The floor is now open. Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make some few comments on the statement by the Deputy Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this statement to Parliament is on the report of the Auditor General on arrears and payables at the end of 2024, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 187 of the Constitution of this country establishes the Office of the Auditor General of Ghana and empowers the Auditor General of Ghana to look into the books of all MMDAs and institutions of this country, Mr. Speaker. It also gives persons affected by the report of the Auditor General the opportunity to explain certain things before a formal report of the Auditor General is laid before the House within 6 months after each financial year. Mr. Speaker, we don't know the basis of this report. Has the Auditor General given those implicated or mentioned in this report, or those officers or the institutions mentioned thereunder, the opportunity to respond and take advantage of the provisions under Article 1879, which says that a person aggrieved by a disallowance or a surcharge made by the Auditor General may appeal to the High Court. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister of Finance has rushed into presenting this statement. There are various officers or institutions of state who had to be invited to answer questions. Mr. Speaker, The NDC administration has been in power for just under a year or a year and a half. They have all the powers of state to invite anyone who has committed any offense to be investigated and brought before any court of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we rush to this House, make this statement, implicate people, and later go back and find out that they haven't committed any offense. Mr. Speaker, let's be careful with the way we handle public officers. There's been so many occasions that reports have been submitted to us, referrals are made to the Public Accounts Committee, you go there and the records are sent to them and it shows that they've committed no offense. Mr. Speaker, let's be very careful. Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, I'm sure you are in a rush to satisfy or settle some scores. This is not the forum for this statement. This is not the forum. This is not an appropriate statement referred to us as a House, as enshrined in the Constitution of this country, by the Auditor General. You are putting the cart before the horse, and be very careful about this tangent that you are treading on. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make few comments about this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, this is the right forum to talk about this. Mr. Speaker, I will explain to you. And when I finish explaining, colleagues would understand why this is the best forum. Mr. Speaker, the statement talks about contracts. Mr. Speaker, some of the largest contracts in this country are approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, this House approves even contracts, road contracts, where we write into the contract that we will buy even mobile phone that the contractor will use on the project. We borrow money to buy mobile phones for the contractor on the project. Yes, you say, hey, that is what you have approved. We even pay for the use of the mobile phone approved by this House. Tell me this is not the best forum. This House approves contracts and say we should pay a contractor $29 million as mobilization. And if that contractor fails, if we fail to do certain things, the contractor can walk away free with our $29 million. Tell me this is not the right forum. Let's look at each other. I don't know your constituency, but in my constituency, there will be a pregnant woman today who may be struggling to find a health facility to attend. I have constituents today who are looking for potable water to drink. And if you and I, members of parliament, write a contract and give away $29 million to a contractor and say that when the contractor raises a net certificate, we are not able to pay, the contractor can walk away with $29 million. Tell me this is not the right forum to be talking about it. What has this got to do with the Auditor General? It is members of parliament who should do our work diligently. How do you feel buying a mobile phone for a contractor? Mr. Speaker, I believe these issues are very serious. Mr. Speaker, during the validation process by the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, it is quite obvious. In fact, I have at the ministry currently about 500 million claims that when the contractors were asked, show me your contract, the contractors didn't come back. But these contracts were formed at the ministry, at the agencies. Tell me this is not the right forum so that we who represent the people who do things right. It is not about NDC or NPP. But these monies are being wasted in our names. Mr. Speaker, it is not about anybody there or me. But this is the waste that is in the system. Mr. Speaker, when every day, including tomorrow afternoon, I'll be asked, when will you be paying the contractor who has stopped work in my constituency? And tomorrow, I'll be answering those questions. Minority Leader, bear with me. Tomorrow afternoon,
I'll be asked questions by colleagues. Why is the contractor on my road not working? And I tell you that this same house have approved $29 million to be spent on a project Walawale. I knew that. How do you call it? Savelugu to Walawale, and the contractor work free. Tell me this is not important, Mr. Speaker. It is very important, and I am urging the House, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm a minister. I can guarantee. Yes, I'm a minister. Look, no. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker. It is important for Parliament for us to take our work diligently, because I know there may be contracts in committees and other things. Let us do diligent work so that going forward we avoid these things. Mr. Speaker, we have situations where last week I said we were so reckless in contracting and commitment that almost, Mr. Speaker, 90% of road contracts that were awarded in 2024 did not have any commitment authorization. And that day I said that, including the former finance minister's own constituency, he didn't even issue commitment authorization for road work in his own constituency. That is reckless. That is reckless. So members of Parliament, hello, the buck stops with us. We must do our work diligently. So if you say this is not the right forum, this is 100% forum to bring this issue. And I want you to help government make sure that we tighten these things. It doesn't matter whether it's NDC or NPP that is in government. These roads were not necessarily sanctioned by politicians, but that is the system we inherited. We are only calling for a reset of the system, and President Mahama is saying that I will reset the system, and I call upon you to support that system. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want us to put to bear and to put as a matter of fact that whenever the minister responsible for road is called to contribute to the statement, he finds ways and means of sneaking tangential matters into the discussion. And I want the House to record and to put same into our hands that the Walawale road was a contract awarded in line with the procurement acts of the country. Mobilization was given to that contractor, and if there's anything wrong, these people have 11 months. They have 1 year. They should go and recover their money. They shouldn't be coming to this house and complain the same thing. Nothing was done untoward in that project, and they know that. And they know that they are doing it because of problem. Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the statement. In the year 2017, the then government handed over to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. An audit of the arrears was done. Mr. Speaker, 13 billion was audited as arrears and claims on the government of Ghana. Then, the current Minister of Finance, he was a deputy minister at the Ministry of Finance. Out of the 13 billion that was audited, 5.5 was those certified. About 5.7 were rejected. That constituted 50% of rejected claims. Mr. Speaker, today, the same apostles are coming to tell us that 11% of amount has been rejected, and it is news. Only 11%. Since the 8 billion, only 11% of that has been rejected, and that is news. Mr. Speaker, 50% of what they presented to the next government was rejected, and the Minister for Finance presented that before it's before the records of this House, and today they are the apostles of good governance and resetting. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, no one is condoning and supporting any contractor, any agency using the resources of the country for personal gain. We in this particular side of the aisle will never support that. But when you present that and package that in the form of propaganda to make a government look bad, we will point it to you that you are being political, you are being, untruth to the issue. You are being disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, let me come to that finding. In that particular report, 2017, they stated, audit report shows that inflated contract was one of the problems. The same thing has been found in this project, in this report. Second thing, there were non-essential contracts. In fact, there were lack of proper documentation in that report. The same thing has been presented today. So when you are presenting it and people are making it look as if this government or the previous government had done something untoward, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, they are not being true to the fact, because in their tenure, under the minister responsible for finance, he was a deputy minister. He superintended over 50% of the claims being fictitious. why do you come to us as apostle of good governance and as apostle of resettlement agenda to make you look good? Mr. Speaker, you should scrap the hypocrisy in this house. Let us face the issue of governance with seriousness. When we do that, I'm sure governance will be good. Mr. Speaker, let me then come to the issue of the road sector. Under the road sector, they presented a bill of 11.2 billion in 2017. Go to the facts. 11.2 billion. Half of that, more than half of that were fictitious. You come back today and you tell us that there was no good government. Mr. Speaker, let these people bow their heads in shame and let us approach the issue with the seriousness it deserves. No one will ever deceive anyone from this side about facts and records on this side. Mr. Speaker, let me again conclude on a very important point. Mr. Speaker, there is lack of proper record system in the country, and everyone takes opportunity of that to do as they wish. Once there is no proper record system and you go to the ministry and you don't have records, you don't blame the contractor. As a matter of fact, there's poor record system at the Ministry of Roads, there's poor record system at the Ministry of Finance, there's poor record system across every agency in the country. The fact that you do not see the document doesn't mean that work has not been done. We need to fix that and fix that well. Mr. Speaker, the other issue was state agencies are involved. Mr. Speaker, all those accusations are in relation with state agencies. No individual has been mentioned. They refer to GTEC. They refer to ABCD. It tells you one story, that the state agency will have to be strengthened in order to do their work in a manner that are appropriate, in a manner that is right. Mr. Speaker, finally, the minister comes to blame people, condemn people without even hearing from them. What stopped them from inviting people in those agencies to listen to them before they even come? You don't condemn a man before you hear him. It is in line with basic principle of natural justice. Listen to the man. Let me give you a view before you can condemn. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let me take Honorable Kwachi Ofosu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this statement. Mr. Speaker, the defensive posture adopted by our colleagues on the other side is telltale, because a reading of the presentation made by the Deputy Minister responsible for Finance shows clearly that there was a systematic effort to loot the resources of this country. Because we are not talking about minor clerical errors or minor computational errors in ascertaining how much the state owed to contractors and service providers. We are talking about carefully crafted schemes to fleece the people of Ghana. And I am astonished that there are people on the other side who are even opposed to an exercise to bring this to light. They are saying that this very house that approved and gave authority to the finance minister to engage in this spending should not have oversight when it comes to finding out how those resources were used. Mr. Speaker, this is a special audit commissioned by the finance minister, who during his very first budget presentation to this house said that this audit will be conducted. He has finished the audit and brought the report to this house for consideration, so that at the very least we may authorize steps to be taken to ensure that they do not recur. And yet people who superintended the affairs of this country for 8 years are opposed to this exercise. It is bad enough that this wanton rape and looting of state resources occurred under them, but it is even more shocking that they appear to want to stand in the way of government as we take steps to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I have just heard my colleague Dr. Kabiru lament the fact that they came to meet similar occurrences in 2017. Mr. Speaker, he has only confirmed that for all 8 years they wasted their time and did nothing to correct problems that they inherited. We are not terribly afflicted by the same bag of lethargy. Mr. Speaker, we intend to correct and reset this country. So every problem that we meet, we will resolve. And one of them is sealing the loopholes that allow for the brazen theft that is superintended in the 8 years they were in power. Mr. Speaker, how is it possible for a whole government to preside over a situation where they claim to have paid 10.5 million Ghana cedis to a specific account in a specific bank in this country, and yet auditors go to the bank The bank says, first of all, no such payment has been made, and that no such account even exists here. This is brazen theft of public resources, and the records of the Republic of Ghana show that this payment has been made. How can anybody be opposed to an effort to correct this? Mr. Speaker, how do you award a contract and pay the contractor fully when he has not done work? In which jurisdiction is this acceptable? And how can members of parliament who have been elected by their constituent come to this house and oppose efforts to correct this? Mr. Speaker, they had 8 years to deal with anything that they found to be problematic when they came to power. When they were in power, they hauled several members of the past administration to court over alleged wrongdoing. Nothing stopped them from dealing with this systematic rape of our resources. But President Mahama and the finance minister are determined to ensure that not a dime goes to the wrong hands. If you read the statement that the deputy minister presented carefully, he indicated steps that are being taken to ensure that this does not recur. He has also said, more importantly, that all those responsible for this brazen theft of our resources will be held to account. I hear them say that, oh, if they've done wrong, hold them to account. Mr. Speaker, this is a jurisdiction where the rule of law applies. You must do it systematically. So the first step has taken place, which enables us to know what has happened. After that, firm action will be taken against those who are complicit in this crime against the state. Mr. Speaker, it also raises questions about our oversight. It simply means that we have to do more as a house to ensure that the public purse is protected. We just do not need to give budgetary allocations to ministries, departments, and agencies. We must defend and protect the public purse from the sort of rape that the Deputy Minister has highlighted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Dominic Nitiwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment briefly on the statement made by the Deputy Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear what is going on. In fact, the government is under pressure about the cocoa issues. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time. This is the third time that the Minister for Finance is trying to smuggle an item into Parliament to distract the public attention. Nothing, let me repeat, nothing will distract our attention from the suffering of the cocoa farmers and from the suffering of Ghanaian farmers. Nothing. Not even these concocted stories. Not even these concocted stories will distract our attention. Mr. Speaker, the first budget of the Minister for Finance, he mentioned this. It was the banks. He came back mid-year, mentioned it. It was the banks. Today, you smuggled this. In fact, you did not even inform our leadership you are going to make this statement. You smuggled this because you are under pressure. Nothing will stop us. Mr. Speaker, let me state one thing. Let me state, you have been in government for 15 months. That the Auditor General of Ghana has presented his report for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and even 2025. He's presenting it in June. Mr. Speaker, if the Auditor General so believes that these infractions happened, he have found his way in his report. Not you. This is fictitious. Mr. Speaker, this is a special report. It has nothing to do with the Auditor General report. Show me. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. On page 10 of the report, it says Minister of Defense. I was the Minister of Defense. We have not, and we never signed any contract. We never signed any contract to buy vehicles for the purpose of elections 2024. Not from the Minister of Defense. We made a request for vehicles. All the contracts of the various agencies, the nature of it, were all done at one ministry, Minister of National Security. We, at Defense, never did it. So you see that. And two, and I'm saying that too, but you are not telling the people of Ghana the truth. Two, you said there is a contract between the Minister of Defense and the company. No name, nothing. Two, we never. Two, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two. Mr. Speaker, two, and they said for intended border surveillance and monitoring of 2024. Two, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Defense does not pay on receipts. No. If you have a Minister for Defense, you realize that we don't pay on receipts. We pay when the Ghana Armed Forces set up a board. The board will review all the documents, will do inspection, will make sure that physically the item that you have requested and contracted for has arrived, and the board members are almost 10 of them, before they will advise you, the minister, to pay. We don't pay by receipts. Ghana Armed Forces, through the Minister of Defense, does not pay by receipts. So there is no way that the Ghana Armed Forces or the Minister for Defense will pay 4.4 million cedis because of receipts. We don't do that. If there is no board of acceptance report, we don't pay. That's the first thing I want you to know. Mr. Speaker, on page 10, they go and say that some recycled invoices. Mr. Speaker, we have since not been paying by invoices. We pay through gift mix. We don't pay by invoices. He knows that the government of Ghana since 2020, we don't pay by invoices. We pay by gift mix. If you have supplied something, you put it on gift mix, and that gift mix payment, once you have, Mr. Speaker, once you have already put something on gift mix, it will not accept it again. Once you have put it on gift mix, it will not accept it again. So you don't come and do some propaganda piece of audit and come and spring it on MPs because you are hot. Answer the cocoa business.
Yes, Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very disturbing and shocking statement that has been presented ably by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, first of all, this statement is properly situated under Standing Order 91, where it is quoted that, where I quote, that the Speaker may make a statement on any matter of interest to the House. A Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why reference is made to the process as outlined in the Constitution with regard to how Auditor General report is presented. That is not contested. That is not in question at all. The fact is that the minister is making a statement and sharing facts that this House needs to know. Mr. Speaker, what is disturbing, especially listening to contributions, is that it seems to me that once again, as members of the political class, we are missing the plot. We are missing the point, and we are claiming this as our problem, which we will turn into a political football. Mr. Speaker, I expected that we're all going to be shocked and scandalized and speak in support of government's action to fix and rectify these problems. Because the minister in his statement did not even accuse any politician, past or present. He simply spoke to facts as contained in the Auditor General's report. And let us not delude ourselves. Every government in this country has either been toppled through a coup or through the ballot box as a result of corruption. Every time the people feel that their leadership or their leaders are corrupt, they choose a means of getting them out of power. In the Fourth Republic, we have been lucky and we have been doing so through the ballot box. It does not mean that if we continue to ignore these challenges, we will always have the opportunity to be replaced through the ballot box. May God forbid, let us not ever get to a point where the decision will be taken for us to go decades backwards to get our leaders replaced through the barrel of the gun. Mr. Speaker, it should be shocking and scandalous to anybody to hear, for example, Mr. Speaker, that there was an attempt for payments to be made. For example, on page 5, the Deputy Minister makes the report to us that there were fictitious debts of 89.4 million. And how did it happen? That the then Ministry of Trade and Industry in 2024 submitted a request of 89.4 million to the Ministry of Finance to be transferred to 5 commercial banks as government contribution to interest payments under One District, One Factory initiative. Mr. Speaker, and he says that when auditors contacted these 5 banks to confirm the liability, every single one of them denied being owed any amount by government under the said arrangement. Mr. Speaker, how is it any of our colleagues on the other side's problem? How is it your problem for you to want to defend this? So, Mr. Speaker, let us be very careful. Let us all come together as members of parliament who are concerned about the loot that has been going on sometimes in our name as political class, as members of the political class, and ensure that we support the action that the minister and this government is taking to seal these loopholes and to hold the people responsible, and so that we can give assurance to our people that at least this generation of leaders are different and are committed to preserving the public funds. Mr. Speaker, these are not just figures. When you hear 89 million, when you hear 293 million, these are not just figures. These are missed jobs. These are missed roads. These are hospitals that are not built. And this leads to loss of lives. This creates more unemployment for our youth. So let us not just look at these figures and think that we can reduce them to political, ping-pong games. Let us support the finance minister and this government to ensure that the people who have...
Remember your time, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened by the kind of comments that are coming from my colleagues on the other side. Mr. Speaker, this issue, this problem, has been with this country for years. Please, allow me to speak. When it's your turn, you can also speak. It has been with this country for years. We are unable to resolve this matter because of the way we have always turned the matter to be partisan and accusing ourselves as politicians each and every day. Mr. Speaker, those who have been committing this atrocity and these infractions are the technocrats. They are sitting there, you know them. They are still there approving. They are still in the ministries and the agencies. They are still approving for payment. Their names are there. You know them. No politician, no minister sitting here signs a check. Which minister sits here signs a check at the ministry? It is done by the technocrats. Who does the authorization for those payments? They are there. It is the technocrats. But we come here and create the impression that, all politicians here are criminals. We are corrupt. Just to score political point. And when we go out, we step out. And the people are chasing us. And now, we don't know what to do. Mr. Speaker, this is a very dangerous thing that we are doing as the political class. I am all for it. That we need to put measures in place. This is a systemic problem. It's a systemic problem.
you go and put gift mix in the place. What was the import of having that system in the place? Is to check, to ensure that every payment that we make in this country go through a system. Who is in charge of approving those gift mix? Who is in charge? Even in your district. Sometimes when you don't put certain projects in the gift mix, you have some officers who will tell you that, come, I'll be able to review it and correct it for you. And they go behind the scene. They put certain things in it. And it turns back, we come here and we come and blame ourselves. I will support every measures that this government want to put in place to correct this. But when we are correcting it, Mr. Speaker, let us make sure that those people who have been committing these infractions or these criminally minded activities, who are brought to book, they are there, we know them. They are the ministries, they are the agencies, they are the technocrats, they are the public staff, they are there. You work with them, you see them all the time. They come to you. They come and confuse you, subdue you, for you to give them the blank check, and they go and they work. Please, I think it is time for us as a house to come together and stop the politicization of this matter. And if we are committed, and not for any political reason, but we are committed as a people in resolving this matter, let us come together and resolve this matter once and for all. About 8 years ago or 9 years ago, a government came, conducted the same audit, and found those infractions. Today, another government has come. He has also conducted the same infraction. I'm sure when this government also leaves office and another government comes, he also conduct another audit and the same infractions. Will come here and they will be enjoying, the technocrats, they will be sitting back and enjoying the goodies that they are making out of the kind of politics that we are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I want to call the House for us to come together and depoliticize this matter and make sure that we are able to resolve this matter once and for all. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Deputy Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must say I'm very saddened with the report, especially seeing the whopping sum of money that is deliberately dissipated, or there's an attempt, per the report, to be mismanaged. Mr. Speaker, I think, with the sum that we are seeing here, as a house, just as our colleagues are all recommending, should not be politicized. These numbers we are seeing here today, it may be huge, more than what we have always seen in the past. But I think it is time that, as a committee, as a house, we look at how best we'll be able to nip this in the bud. Mr. Speaker, I heard one of my colleagues making a claim that this report is being brought just to take the attention of cocoa prices or whatever. But I think this goes beyond that. The figures we are seeing here, as a house, we should all be concerned. How are we going to deal with it? Somebody is, my colleague just mentioned that technocrats. But as politicians, at the end of the day, the sums that are seen here, the technocrats' name will not be mentioned. That is why the report has been brought to this House for us to deliberate. It should just go beyond the deliberation. If we have to take the necessary legal actions, we recommend that we do that, so that every politician, even if you are not the one who signs, we also approve. Whatever we have to do together to make sure that we don't see these figures again, because we have our students here. When the students see 8 billion as an amount that was supposed to have been paid, but through audit, it has been rejected. This 8 billion has a lot that can be done for almost all the secondary schools in Ghana. If we have 800 secondary schools, it means that each secondary school we'll get no less than 10 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, 8 billion will be able to fix all the roads in the central region. My able senior honorable Afenyawakin's roads are well done. So maybe when he sees this 8 billion, he will not be concerned. But because my roads are not done, I'm so concerned about this 8 billion that has not been accounted for. So I am only calling on the House that it shouldn't just be a report that has been brought to us for us to deliberate. We should all see how best we can come together and work with the Attorney General or the respective committee to ensure that all the perpetrators or people who are aligned with this, the law takes its course on them. So I want to thank the Finance Minister and his deputy for the good work they are doing, especially saving the nation of this whopping 13 billion, which I believe that once they have saved it, going forward, it can be used to cushion the cocoa farmers that they are saying that their prices have been reduced. So this money is so much a funds that can help to support the cocoa farmers. So if we really care about the cocoa farmers, let's see how best we can save these sums to support them in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, when we first came to this House, one of the first advice or initial advice that we were given was that we should be careful what we say as politicians, because that has become the basis for the nation to develop mistrust for politicians. It appears that that advice, Mr. Speaker, was not taken by the same persons who were given that advice. Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate why our colleagues on the other side of the aisle keeps making reference to report, as though what the minister read on the floor of this House was the report. Mr. Speaker, because they are confusing the report with the statement. Mr. Speaker, what is up for debate is not the report, but a statement. A statement by the minister containing extracts, supposedly extracts.
Mr. Speaker, I do not call for debate on anything.
Mr. Speaker, comments containing extracts, Mr. Speaker, and not the report itself. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, the audit report will contain, Mr. Speaker, the management responses. The audit report, Mr. Speaker, will contain responses by persons who were the subject of this audit. Mr. Speaker, the statement does not. And so what we have, Mr. Speaker, we don't even know whether it is coming from the report. Mr. Speaker, there are no references as to which page of the report it is referring to. Mr. Speaker, it does not contain responses by the persons under reference or the institutions that are subject of this audit. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it is being debated as though it is the report itself. Mr. Speaker, it is being debated as though it is the gospel. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not. This is the reason why Ghanaians will sit out of this parliament and think that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be trusted. Mr. Speaker, because this is a propaganda piece. It is nothing but propaganda. Mr. Speaker, for instance, the Ministry of Trade. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of record that no payment was made because no disbursement was made by the bank. Mr. Speaker, there will be no disbursement by the ministry because, Mr. Speaker, until payment is made, interest payment is not required. Mr. Speaker, but because of propaganda value, this is being presented to the House as though something has happened. Mr. Speaker, the essence of Article 187 of the Constitution should not be lost on us. Mr. Speaker, because of our oversight responsibilities, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that systems are improved to prevent losses to the state. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, historical audit reports, Mr. Speaker, will be deductive in this journey. Historical audit report teaches us, Mr. Speaker, that it is not in all circumstances that losses are incurred to the state. However, there is the potential for a loss. And so we as a House should be fashioning out ways to manage
the systems in place to prevent a loss. Mr. Speaker, the essence of audit reports, Mr. Speaker, is not for propaganda. Mr. Speaker, if you do propaganda, you will be exposed. We thought that you were going to learn from the Attorney General. Today, you have been embarrassed by the Attorney General, oral, your so-called oral, because it is of no value. The evidence is said to contain garbage. You have done the same propaganda for 15 months. Today, you have been exposed by electricity charges. Electricity tariffs are exposing you that you are not doing nothing in government for the last 15 months. You've been exposed by water tariffs that for the last 15 months you are not doing anything in government. Mr. Speaker, business owners are suffering. They cannot pay electricity tariffs. Mr. Speaker, cocoa farmers are suffering because you are struggling to manage the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing other than propaganda. Mr. Speaker, your government so far is government by propaganda, of propaganda, with propaganda, and full of garbage. Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity.
Honorable Azika Dongo, is now your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very sad. And Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues to take a cue from some of the comments that Honorable Suhini made and some of the comments that my colleague on the other side made. What we are doing is that we are shielding criminals in this chamber. Nobody is saying that a politician has stifled money. You have left office. Ernst & Young, Pricewaterhouse, and the Ghana Audit Service now goes to review transactions that are supposedly made in your name. And the auditor is saying that he could not validate those transactions because in some instances, the people that they claim you owe them said that you don't owe them. It is rather vindicating you. You should be happy. Mr. Speaker, this should tell us that we have to proceed beyond this. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to make an appeal to you under Order 262, that this should require further work by this House, and that you should set up an ad hoc committee to look into this matter and report back to this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the Minister for Defense. The Minister for Defense, the report says that in the GIFME system that he is saying we should use, it has been logged in the GIFME system that he signed a contract. It has been logged in the GIFME system that they issued a goods received note saying that they received vehicles. And on the basis of that, they have made a request on the Minister for Finance to pay. When the minister audited them, they realized that those things don't exist. So rather than being happy that they found out the people who were going to cheat in your name, you are here defending that you didn't sign anything. Exactly that is what the report is saying. The report is saying there was no such agreement. So if you said there's no agreement, that is what the report is saying. You say you didn't buy vehicles, but somebody left in the GIFME system that you are taking delivery of 6 vehicles. And the report is saying you did not take delivery of 6 vehicles. And the Minister for Finance is saying that they should pay because you did that. And the minister found out you didn't do that. Why should you be the one fighting this report? Mr. Speaker, I am really worried. And let me come back to one of the comments that my own colleague, Honorable Patribu made. Honorable Patribu made said that the people who are part of this and have been accused have not been given a hearing. Unless you don't understand an audit. In any audit, by the time you complete the audit, there are a series of meetings that you need to answer. Then even when you are not able to answer, before they exit, there will be a final conference where they will say, having gone through the audit, I have asked you to provide evidence of ABC. I came back again, you didn't get it. Now I'm leaving this place. Do you now have anything to tell me? If you don't have to tell me, I'm going to report this. And then I capture it in your management letter. Your responses are still not adequate. And because of that, it becomes an audit issue. And you are saying, because of that, the person has not been heard? I don't get it. It is simply that people don't understand the audit process. But if you understand an audit process, nobody involved in this did not meet the auditor. And so the report was laid here. So why are you in a hurry? It is the reason I am asking, it is the reason I'm calling on Speaker, it is the reason I'm calling on Speaker to refer this and the audit report to an ad hoc committee to review and come back to this House. And you will find out that you and I are protecting the civil and public servants who are there doing their own thing in our name. And when we come to tell you that this is what they are doing in your name, you now stand here and defend them and own it. I mean, I don't know why we are doing this to ourselves. I simply cannot tell why we are. Somebody left as a minister for trade. He did not authorize for the payment of any interest to any financial institution because he didn't do that. But in the give me system, it's been logged that some people should be paid interest in banks. You send auditors there and the people say, look, the state doesn't owe us any interest payment. And now that person sits here and you are defending that I didn't make any payment. It is precisely because
Adongo, your time is up. Yes, minority leadership. You are speaking for 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Finance Minister, in a statement titled "The Report of the Auditor General on Arrears and Payable Assets End 2024," Mr. Speaker, indicated at paragraph 48, page 14 of his statement, quote, "Mr. Speaker, this audit has exposed a rotten system designed to fleece the people of Ghana," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the entirety of the statement contradicts this particular paragraph of the statement. And for me, it appears that the minister was here purposed to create a headline rather than putting together an important national matter for Parliament to discuss. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to Honorable Suhini. I've also listened to my own colleague with whom I share esprit de corps, Honorable Kwame Agbodja, governs. My own colleague, Kennedy Osenyako. We came into this chamber together, and not the least, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo. Mr. Speaker, I've come to one single conclusion from all their submissions, that we must fix a system. But Mr. Speaker, if a deputy minister mounts the podium in this chamber, here our podium is the dispatch box, a very important platform, and includes this in a statement. Mr. Speaker, obviously, nobody will take him serious. the conclusion will be that he's here on a partisan political agenda with no consequence but to please a certain gallery of vulnerable Ghanaians. And that we want to stop you in your tracks. Mr. Speaker, the report itself, of which he has graciously served me a copy. Mr. Speaker, this is what the report says on page numbered I, signed by the Auditor General himself. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 3 and 4, I would quote. 3, it says, the audit resulted in savings of some 21 billion. In other words, what the state would have paid, but for this audit, there are some savings, which is good. And then, Mr. Speaker, it goes further to say some 115 million cedis would have to be justified. Mr. Speaker, the auditor makes an observation which I think that is critical for my respected friend Govins. We also noted instances of non-performance by contractors and unaccounted government stores. We have made recommendations to address the irregularities identified in the report. Mr. Speaker, that is what the Auditor General is saying. Mr. Speaker, somewhere in 2014, I was privileged to have been part of those who were in this chamber. Kennedy and Japan, in a similar debate on an audit report, raised the issue of systems and policies, not NDC or NPP, and it became a new term that all of us across the aisle, now when we see one another, we say systems and we respond policies. This is not about NDC or NPP. That was Kennedy right here in 2014. So when I listened to Agoja and listened to Suhini and again listened to my colleague here, I felt that indeed the minister had lost the plot. Look, Honorable Deputy Minister, we are just calm and watching you guys, not because we don't know. If you are talking about rot, and if you say that a system has been designed, let me tell you, if we are talking about a system that has been designed to fleece the people, Mr. Speaker, you have a lot. Listen, I didn't apologize to Muntaka because I made an allegation against him. No, if you are interested in that, we'll go there. So please, we are talking about a serious matter. Honorable Minister for Health, you know how much I respect you. Please stay away from this matter. Or else you will hear what you don't want to hear. Please. I am saying that we know how even the current recruitment system. Stay, yes, please. Even the current recruitment system, Ghanaian youths are being ripped off by the very system because they have to pay and pay and pay. Mr. Speaker, must we label an individual as being corrupt because there is a system that is not functioning and is going against the citizens? 2, Mr. Speaker, we are here. I once served as a chair of the Rose Fund. I am happy to say that colleagues on both sides of the aisle were able to point how people present the same certificate and manipulate the system for the same payment. And there was a call on the agency to introduce an AI-powered software that would detect these things. Mr. Speaker, I hold a humble view that as political leaders, the time has come for us to sit around the table and fix the system. I will be the first to support that. But if you now want to reduce it to some partisan point scoring, I'm sorry, I won't support it. Because you see, you were in office some years back, like Honorable Kabiru referred to, when NPP assumed office in 2017. A similar audit was done, and you know the story. I won't repeat them. But you and I know that time and again, we all get confronted with system failures. Can we sit together and fix it? I will not put the blame on anybody, but I think that we need to fix the system. If you look at this audit, the Auditor General is referring to Article 1878. In fact, there's a legal issue, a constitutional issue here. If you read Article 1878, it provides, and quotes, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, paragraphs A of clause 7 of this article shall not preclude the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State, from requesting the Auditor General in the public interest to audit at any particular time the account of any said body or organization as referred to in clause 2 of this article. So there is nothing wrong, listen, there is nothing wrong if the President requests a special audit. However, Mr. Speaker, where is the Council of State advice? Mr. Speaker, we have had the opportunity of seeing the Finance Minister's directive to the Auditor General as contained in whatever directive he received from the President. Mr. Speaker, no reference was made to the Council of State. No reference was made to the Council of State. And I challenge government, if indeed Council of State advised in accordance with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, fortunately we have a presiding officer now who believes in the text of the Constitution, who does not depart from the language of the Constitution. So where is the advice of the Council of State? So everything you've done here, Mr. Speaker, becomes odious. However, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of national interest, on the basis of prudence, we still hold a view that this must be worked upon. Mr. Speaker, we have a public account committee. I don't mind the referral going to the public account committee. Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? We need the public account committee to go into this matter. And Mr. Speaker, nobody should attempt to invite you to set up a certain ad hoc committee. We have our own regular committees that have been established, and there is no exceptional situation. The Constitution is clear that when the Auditor General is done with his work, the referral will be made to the appropriate committee of Parliament, which is Public Account Committee. It is there. They should refer to it. All the agencies that they claim did anything wrong, Mr. Speaker, they are free to invite those agencies to answer. In any event, the good news is that all previous political appointees are still available. Mr. Speaker, they are available to answer for any matter that has been referred to in this report. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader should know that when his backbench does this and he is also speaking, similar thing can be done. And if Mr. Speaker doesn't see, it's fine, we have seen. Mr. Speaker, all government appointees are in this country. Yes, they are here. Mr. Speaker, if there is any need to invite anybody, they know what to do. Follow the law. Mr. Speaker, they should follow the law. Mr. Speaker, This morning, when we came to Parliament, and the understanding was that we were going to start at 12, we were clear on our minds what we were going to do. We expected the finance minister to come here and brief the House on the cocoa matters. Mr. Speaker, today the deputy minister has been sent to come and brief this House on this, a thing that we already know. You have forgotten. We know. You said it over and over again. This is not the first time. We know. You've been saying this over and over again. And like Honorable Nitiwu said, because you are hot, let me tell you, you promised to create jobs for the youth. They need their jobs. The cocoa money, you are supposed to pay the cocoa farmer. You have refused to pay the cocoa farmer. You've increased electricity tariffs to almost 30%. It is hitting households. You are supposed to create jobs. You are not doing so. Where is your 24-hour economy? Where is your one job, 3 shifts? Mr. Speaker, even you cannot take care of your backbench, your 189, you can't take care of them. Instead of designing policies to help your MPs who are struggling, you are not paying attention to that. Only a few of you are enjoying. Even Mr. Speaker sitting there, how are you resourcing his constituency so that he can create jobs? That should be your interest. Not to come here and then start your propaganda.
Honorable Minority Leader, take me out of your comments.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, but your constituency is one of the constituencies that need to be supported. Mr. Speaker, therefore the Deputy Minister of Finance must come here and do the proper thing. His own constituencies that are cocoa farmers, support them and stop the propaganda. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to rest my case, and I hope that next time he will come here and do the needful. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, before giving the floor to the Majority Leader, let me acknowledge the presence of students from BCSC Senior High School, led by Francis Afari Saki, Headmaster. They are from Ejumako Enyan, SCM. They numbered 93. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. You may resume your seats. It's now the turn of the Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, let me join colleagues to thank the Minister of Finance for making this statement and briefing the House on the outcome of the special audit that was conducted into arrears and payables. So, Speaker, it is part of our record that the Minister last year did indicate that he was holding on to paying some claims because he wanted to conduct a special forensic audit to validate the payments. Indeed, in this chamber, on several occasions, the Minority Leader had occasion to demand that contractors be paid, and the Finance Minister responded that he was holding on to the payment because he wanted to verify. So, Mr. Speaker, after the verification, the Minister also to this House to come and report to us the outcome of the verification. But more importantly, this is not a verification done by the Minister himself or the Ministry. It is an exercise undertaken by the Auditor General, supported by consultants that they engaged. And we all know that by law, the Auditor General can engage private consultants to assist in carrying out audit exercises. And Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General audits state institutions, agencies, public corporations, the normal thing to do is to present the audit to Parliament. The reason is that we as parliamentarians, we superintend over all these agencies. We budget for the agencies, and so we should be interested in knowing how they utilize their finances. And we represent the people whose lives can be made better if the funds are used judiciously. I hear the minority leader saying that special provision should be made for the Speaker so that the Speaker can manage his constituency better. What do you use to make the special provision? Resources. So if the Speaker authorizes resources to agencies and they are wasteful in the use of the resources, with what is the finance minister going to make special provision for every single member of parliament here to fix the roads in their constituencies, fix the electricity in their constituencies, fix the broken water systems in their constituencies, and deal with the broken schools in their constituencies? Resources. So we must be interested in how the resources are used. And when this government decides that we are going to pay special attention to this, it is not political witch hunting. And I regret that throughout this comment, I've heard colleagues try to create the impression that politicians are not responsible and that it is the technocrats, the bureaucrats. That's not true. Politicians are ultimately responsible. You are ultimately responsible. You are responsible for your ministry. You are responsible for your agency. If there is corruption, if there is waste, it is your responsibility to make sure that those who are engaged in that are held to account. Because we sit here as parliamentarians and pass the laws, we sit here and approve the budgets, and we are the ones that the Auditor General reports to, so that when there is malfeasance, it is our responsibility to ensure that it is corrected, that people are punished. So, Mr. Speaker, this report that has been presented to us is a very serious indictment of events that occurred in the past 4 years. Very serious indictment. I was in this chamber when the Minister for Agriculture came here and told us that there was a dry spell in the north of Ghana and that we needed to buy food. They needed to buy food. The budget was humongous. The budget was humongous. And we gradually approved it. Gradually approved it. Because we were very sure that there was no way that these food items will arrive at a time when the communities will need it. So we approved the amount. Today we are told that some contractors who took the contracts for 35,000 metric tons, 35,000 metric tons, ended up supplying barely 10,000 metric tons. And they were paid. And they were paid. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is this, that we in this House cannot gloss over those matters. If there's an audit report that indicts anybody, without fear or favor, let's hold that person to account. This president, under John Dramani Mahama, is determined to root out corruption. Whether it is corruption by the public servants, by the bureaucrats, by the civil servants, or even by politicians, let us deal with it decisively. I agree with you that we have heard this so many times. This is why this should be the last time we are hearing it. And it will be the last time that we are hearing it, because we will set up a special committee. And that committee will look into everything that has been reported on by the Auditor General. We will invite all the parties who are involved. We will verify everything that the Auditor General has discovered. And we will make sure, this Parliament will make sure, that everybody who is indicted in this audit report is held accountable. That has to happen. I don't understand how you can be defensive of a report like this. Indeed, it should excite your curiosity. You should want to know more. You should want us to go into it and to establish indeed that this happened, and it happened in the Republic of Ghana, so that we can fix it and let this Parliament go down in history as the Parliament that stood firmly and fixed the rot in the system. We must encourage the Minister for Finance. We should not politic it. How can you get up and say that this report is being presented because we have a problem with cocoa pricing in the country? How could you ever say that? How could you ever say that? A report that was mentioned in 2025 by the Minister of Finance that he was undertaking, and the report is ready and he's presenting it, and you say that it is because of cocoa prices? And is the cocoa prices a problem of only Ghana? We asked you to go next door to Ivory Coast. We asked you to go next door to Ivory Coast so that you will find out if the cocoa crisis is only in Ghana. It's a global affair. Prices have slumped, and therefore countries must adjust to their promises. Go all over the world and check the prices. This report could not have been presented to divert attention from cocoa farmers' issues. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the incapacity of the economy to support cocoa farmers is because of the massive looting that occurred. Because of the massive looting that occurred. According to the auditor's report. Mr. Speaker, according to this report, billions of Ghana cedis cannot be accounted for. How much do we need to pay the cocoa farmers? How much do we need to pay the cocoa farmers in the face of billions of Ghana cedis that cannot be accounted for? Mr. Speaker, indeed, looking into how our monies were squandered is a responsibility that we owe to the cocoa farmer. Because that money came from the sweat of cocoa farmers. That money came from the sweat of cocoa farmers. And so when they sweat, and then we sell the cocoa, and we receive the proceeds, and we squander it in these wasteful manners, we do a great disservice to the cocoa farmers. And so anybody who pretends to be concerned about cocoa farmers must be concerned about how the money is used. How the money is used. So, Mr. Speaker, I will support the call on this Parliament to set up a special committee pursuant to Order 262 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I can understand why you are protesting that a special committee should not be set up, that it should be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, we will not accept that because your side chairs the Public Accounts Committee. We will not accept that. We will not accept that. It's a special audit. The normal audit reports come and they are referred to the Public Accounts Committee. And so when there's a special audit and a report presented to this House reserves the right to set up a special committee to look into it and to report back to us How can we set up a committee? How can we refer this matter to a committee chaired by the NPP? When everything that is spoken about here in this report occurred during the tenure of the NPP. How can we credibly refer this matter to a committee chaired by the NPP in this house? Mr. Speaker, it will not be credible. Mr. Speaker, we are looking into matters bordering on the activities of the Ministry of Finance under the NPP. And the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee was a Minister of State in charge of Ministry of Finance. She was the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. And so many of these things occurred during her tenure as a minister. I'm not saying she's responsible, but it occurred during her tenure as a minister. How can you refer the investigation of such a matter to the same person? Mr. Speaker, this will not wash. The public will not even take us serious if they see the current chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee sitting to look into matters that she superintended over. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a very good case for setting up a special committee to look into this audit report and to probe further, invite the parties, verify the things that we see. And this parliament has the authority to recommend severe punishments. We can recommend prosecutions, and we can ask the Auditor General to take certain actions against those who are found culpable. Mr. Speaker, unless we begin to take these kind of situations serious, we will drive our country down the ditch. You can work hard, but if you don't punish for wrongdoing, those who will take over from you will not feel a responsibility to also be accountable. When we take on what happened yesterday, we are guarding against it happening again today. Why? We are in government. We're in government. The resources of the state are in our hands now. We control the institutions. Why don't we just keep quiet and exploit the same loopholes and dysfunctional systems and also enrich ourselves? Why don't we do that? Why? Why don't we do that? So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we will not do that is because we have a country to fix. If we don't take on those who conducted themselves so abysmally yesterday in the management of the public finances, we will lose the moral authority to take on those who are in charge today. And if those who are in charge today are holding wide open the books so that we can all learn the wrongs in the society,
Minority Leader, you have your right.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not making further comment, but the Majority Leader has introduced a very strange matter that if I don't comment on, Mr. Speaker, a certain precedent will be introduced, Mr. Speaker, that will not inure
Honorable Minority Leader, the chair is capable of dealing with the matter.
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case therefore.
Thank you. Honorable members, this is a statement made by the Deputy Finance Minister under Standing Order 91. Comments have been taken following the statement. Now, part of the comments makes reference to Order 262, requesting that we form special or ad hoc committee to look into the matter. It is important as a House to look at Standing Order 262. With your permission, I read. The House may, by motion, appoint a special or an ad hoc committee to A, investigate any matter of public importance, and B, consider any bill or a matter that is not within the jurisdiction of any of the standing or select committee. Now, this is not a motion, it is a comment, it is a statement by the minister with comment by members of the House. Others' comment was to the effect that the matter be referred to the Public Accounts Committee to investigate and report. There was also a comment to the effect that the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by the opposition whose tenure of office the incidents took place. Honourable members, we can look at Standing Order 2224, which indicates clearly that if the matter refers to the tenure of office of the chairperson of the committee, then the chairperson can recuse himself and allow other members of the committee to look into the matter and report to the House. Honourable members, on this note, I will refer the matter to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe because I was timed out by the timekeepers, my last set of sentences related to a motion. After I concluded my comment, I followed with a motion because I know that 262 clearly says that we must come by motion. So I concluded by moving a motion. After my comment, I moved a motion that this House sets up a committee pursuant to 262 so that we will look at it. Mr. Speaker, because we were timed out, it definitely is not part of the records of the House because it was timed out. But consider that, because it is not just a question of the chairperson recusing herself, but also, Mr. Speaker, the various years audits have been done already by the Public Accounts Committee. The audit report of 2021, 2022, 2023, all those reports have already gone to the Public Accounts Committee, and they have worked on them. So, when you have worked on a special area, and then this is a special one, because the special audit report, let's set up a special committee.
Honourable member, you know Standing Order 101. A motion, there must be a notice of it. Clearly. Honourable members, to continue, Standing Order 2294, and I read, where a matter for consideration before the committee relates to the period of administration of the party of the chairperson of the committee, the ranking member of the committee shall be the chairperson for the consideration of that matter. That is what Order 2294 is saying. So accordingly, I'll refer the matter to the Public Accounts Committee to investigate and report to the House within 3 weeks. Yes. Honourable members, let me read a message from the Speaker. Goodwill message by Chairman of COSPA on the occasion of International Women's Day 2026 celebration, organized in collaboration with Elect Her under the theme Give the Gain, African Women in Legislative Leadership. In my capacity as the Speaker of Parliament of Ghana and Chairman of the Conference of Speakers of Presidents of Africa Legislature, I join my colleagues across our continent to celebrate our women in legislature as we commemorate International Women's Day today, the 8th of March 2026. In Africa, our parliaments carry a profound responsibility to represent the full diversity of our citizens and to preserve the credibility of democratic governance. The strength of our legislative institutions therefore depends on how inclusive our structures and leadership are. Experience over time has confirmed that when women participate meaningfully in legislative leadership, parliaments become more effective in lawmaking, more efficient in oversight, and more responsive to the needs of citizens. Women's leadership strengthens deliberations, broadens policy priorities, and enhances public trust in our institutions. As parliamentary leaders, we must recognize that expanding leadership opportunities for women is not an act of charity, it is an investment in institutional performance and democratic legitimacy, opening spaces and creating opportunities for women benefits our democracies in terms of stability, legitimacy, and stronger policy outcomes. This is why COSPAL is currently pursuing two important continental initiatives. Firstly, in collaboration with Elect Her, we are advancing the women's representation in Africa. African Parliament Project, WRAP, to promote data-driven engagement and peer learning to expand women's presence and influence within our legislatures. Secondly, in collaboration with the Policy Innovation Policy Innovation Center, COSPAL is promoting the gender legislative agenda to encourage institutional reforms that support women's access and participation in the activities of legislatures across the continent. On this International Women's Day, we reaffirm our collective commitment as African parliamentary leaders towards building representative, credible, and responsive institutions that recognize and support women leadership. I wish all women involved in legislative work across the continent a happy International Women's Day. Honourable members, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Speaker, we have two more important statements. One from the Minister for Health, and yes, two more. Please. We have advertised statements, and I'm saying that we have two more statements, one from the Minister of Health and one from also advertised. Then we'll take the rest of the statements, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
May I pray that we vary the order of business to take motion number 10 to permit the Honourable Minister responsible for transport to lay the paper there under, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So the application is to do presentation of papers.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That's an application to do presentation of papers. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a one-party parliament. That the majority acts on its own whims and caprices. We are here in leadership. Members have been sitting here waiting to have their bite on SONA. It looks like you are not interested in your own SONA. You are not interested. So the prime time that we're supposed to debate this SONA, you don't want us to take it. Out of the blue, you keep announcing that there's a ministerial statement. Why? We just took a ministerial statement, so defective, not anchored on facts, so partisan. Then you come back again with a ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, our members have been waiting to debate. If your side you are not ready, we are ready. Let's have our bite. This business of you come, then you make an application, especially for members who only come here when they have business. Mr. Speaker, they know themselves. They come to heckle, and then when they get their way, they leave. Mr. Speaker, we will not accept it. At least engage your colleague here. Mr. Speaker, the practice where the majority chief whip will just get up and announce business, varying business, Mr. Speaker, will not accept it.
Honourable Minority Leader, you are not speaking to the application before us.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I'm doing.
The application is
Mr.
to
Speaker,
have papers presented.
Mr. Speaker, we engage in such circumstances. What we know is that we are supposed to take the debate. The transport minister is a member of this house. He should patiently wait. Let's finish the debate. Mr. Speaker, maybe they are not interested. If you believe in what the president told us, let's get it on the floor. Let's debate it. You're waiting for people to close it 5. You want the debate around 7, 8, when Ghanaians have slept. Mr. Speaker, when many people are going to bed, that is the time you want. And we know that trick. It's an old card you are playing. Let's discuss the president's message at prime time.
Honourable members, I intend to vary the order of business. At commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Item numbered 10, which is presentation and first reading of bill. Minister responsible for transport.
An act to prohibit piracy, robbery at sea, and other maritime-related offences, give effect to the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea in respect of piracy and the International Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Maritime Navigation, 1988, and related protocols, and provide for related matters.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the minister who just laid the paper, the rule is clear that upon the request of a member, the minister will be required to give a short explanatory memorandum to the paper is given.
Yes, Honorable Minister, a short explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Maritime and Related Offences Bill 2026 seeks to prohibit piracy and also to prohibit robbery at sea and other maritime-related unlawful activities that occur at the maritime sector. Mr. Speaker, we are blessed to have the coast of the sea, and as such, we are serving a lot of the West Africa countries, being in the center of the sub-region. We need to have laws that will be able to provide for the safety, navigation, and safety security on our seas. And as such, we are here with this bill such that we can provide adequately for the safety at sea and also prevent other unlawful activities that occur at sea. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity for me to lay this bill today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Minority Leader. That is his short explanation.
Speaker, this is the House of Parliament. The minister should come to this house, take the house serious with a ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, we won't accept extempore.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, if
with the exercise that we engage in under what order are you doing what you are doing?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to understand your question. Mr. Speaker, you mean as I'm requesting for...
A bill has been presented, and you use the rule rightly that a minister should give a short explanation. The minister has given the short explanation. Before the referrer, you are up and you started speaking. That is why I am asking, which rules of the House support what you are doing?
Speaker, with respect, I got up invoking your inherent powers as Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's discretionary. Mr. Speaker, your inherent powers as a presiding officer is only discretionary. I want your leave to rise under your inherent powers. If that is granted, I will proceed. If that is not granted, Mr. Speaker, I have to resume my seat.
Well, that is not granted.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, that is fine.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time and referred to Committee on Roads and Transportation for consideration and reports. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, may I, on behalf of Leader, pray that we go back to statements. That will be item number 8. Oh, please. Can I finish? Please. Speaker, may we go back to statements and take a commemorative statement from the Minister responsible for health. Speaker, it's on World Kidney Day, such an important day. So we take a short statement from him, and then we can deal with the outstanding matters in terms of the SONA debate. Mr. Speaker, humbly.
Yes, that is the request.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the Majority Chief Whip wants to depart from an unsoiled practice of this House. Mr. Speaker, he has been in minority before, and he knows the value inherent in engagement. You can't just get up because you are vanguard of government business, just announce applications. Mr. Speaker, you cannot, Mr. Speaker, if that is going to be his approach, Mr. Speaker, we would have a difficult time ahead of us. We are sitting right here. Your colleague, the deputy, is here. Mr. Speaker, at least engage him.
Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, if you want to grant it...
Is it not the case that statements are admitted by the speakers?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, can you hear me? Mr. Speaker, don't interject me with questions as if I don't know the rules. That is not the import of my submission. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that at the front bench, we pre-agree on what to do. You know it. He cannot deny the fact that what he is doing now, we are completely not aware. Our colleagues have been seated. Mr. Speaker, he knows that we have been prepared for the debate. And then all of a sudden you say that you have a ministerial statement. It's commemorated. It's only fair that you let us know. That so-called ministerial commemorative statement, we don't even have a copy. Mr. Speaker, we sit here. If that is a new practice because they are in majority, Mr. Speaker, set the precedent. We will talk no more.
Mr. Speaker, please, I cannot, please. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear you.
Yes, first of all, it is most inaccurate for the minority leader to suggest that I didn't engage. We had a discussion at conclave. You were not there. We agreed that we take statements. And before today's conclave, it is contained in the business statement adopted for this week. Please, that ministers of state may make statements. You have been put on notice. Your attitude is that as you engage them, then you can say no. And when you say no, the business should not be taken. It's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we have advertised statements. But the ministers of state, when they have major statements to make, we have to take them. So the suggestion that it is a new approach for me is completely false.
It's a national statement.
You see, honourable members, let us all realize the fact that somebody is in charge of the business of the house. We have a leader of a government business. So if the leader of government business is making a suggestion, I mean, why do we say no? A business that has been discussed at conclave.
Speaker, with all due deference to you, I have always believed that the essence of conclave is to engage on matters of this nature.
Yes.
But we had conclave this morning. There was no representation that there was even going to be any form of statement from the Deputy Finance Minister.
How come
the Deputy Minister, the Minister
those
of Health.
instructions?
Mr. Speaker, so I'm giving you the facts of this morning's conclave. There was none. My senior members have been well prepared to deal with the SONA. Honorable Patrick Bowman has been here since morning just because he is going to have the bite of the SONA since morning. There has not been any conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not come and sit here and present a different picture. There has not been any conversation on two statements. One which is commemorative and the other which is propaganda. No. Mr. Speaker, so please, I believe that the essence of going to conclave is to come at addendum that these are the things we are discussing. And Mr. Speaker, even today, we also had wind that there is going to be a program. So there was a possibility of even closing earlier. Why all this? Why all this? They are supposed to have 16 members to have a bite on today's SONA. And we are supposed to have 8. And we are going to do 10 minutes, and they are going to do 5 minutes. And if you add all of that, it's going to be about 3 hours. When are we going to finish, Mr. Speaker? Yes.
Yes, majority people.
Speaker, I believe that the back and forth will eat away more time. So let me urge you for us to proceed and take because it's a commemorative statement. I believe that, Speaker, there should be a way of getting the Hansard department to capture the entirety of the statement.
So
within 5
how
minutes,
many comments? How many people are commenting?
Speaker, we can limit it to 1-1, and the leadership will conclude. He can present the statement in 5 minutes.
Honorable Minister responsible for health, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of this Honorable House to the global commemoration of World Kidney Day 2026, observed under the theme Kidney Health for All, Caring for People, Protecting Environment. World Kidney Day is an important occasion for raising awareness about kidney disease, promoting early detection, and strengthening national responses to the growing burden of kidney-related illness. Mr. Speaker, kidney disease has emerged as a significant public health concern globally and increasingly within Ghana. Chronic kidney disease, often described as silent condition, progresses gradually and frequently remains undetected until it reaches advanced stages. As a result, many patients report late to the health facilities when treatment becomes more difficult, more expensive, and less effective. In Ghana, the situation is deeply concerning. Current estimates for 2025 place the overall prevalence of chronic kidney disease at between 13 and 19% of the population, representing an average of about 4 million people. This is a significant burden by any measure. Particularly troubling is the fact that the disease is increasingly affecting younger and economically productive persons, with the average age of patients requiring dialysis estimated at 46 years. Mr. Speaker, available evidence from studies conducted at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital further underscores the gravity of the problem. These studies indicate that the highest frequency of renal patients falls within the 46 to 55 age group, representing 19.25%, followed closely by the 36 to 45 age group at 18.96%, and the 26 to 35 age group at 16.5%. This means that kidney disease is not only affecting older populations, but is also imposing a serious burden on younger adults in their most productive years. Mr. Speaker, due to the lack of adequate time, I will want to read the last page and then indulge the Hazard Department to capture has been entirely read. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that while dialysis is essential in sustaining life, it's often not the most definitive long-term solution for many patients with end-stage kidney disease. Organ transplantation remains most effective long-term treatment option. It is therefore worth informing this House that the Ministry of Health is currently finalizing the organ transplant bill for submission to Parliament. This proposed legislation will establish the legal and regulatory framework necessary to guide safe, ethical, and well-regulated organ transplantation services in Ghana, whilst ensuring protection of donors and recipients alike. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the last paragraph. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Health and the Government of Ghana, I reaffirm our commitment to strengthening prevention, expanding access to care, supporting patients in need, and building more resilient health system capable of addressing kidney disease and other non-communicable conditions. Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful, and the Hazard Department must capture it as entirely read. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, that is a statement ably made by the Minister responsible for health. It's now time for comment. Yes, Honourable Dr. Titus Bayu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And let me thank the Honourable Minister for Health for bringing this important matter to the fore for discussion. And it is important that we celebrate the World Kidney Day, and the theme for this year's celebration, which also captures protecting the environment, is worthy of note. And in Ghana, mentioning of the environment should tell us the impact of galamsey on the prevalence of kidney diseases. And because of time limitation, I pray that if we are looking at preventing and reducing the prevalence of kidney diseases, we must tackle the menace of galamsey. The heavy metal poisoning of our water and food has impact on kidney diseases. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned by the Honourable Minister, the prevalence of kidney diseases in the country is between 13 to 19%. And about 300,000 people are estimated to be living with what we call end-stage renal disease. End-stage renal disease happens when you have lost about 90% of the kidney function. The kidney is one of the most merciful organs. It doesn't cause you a lot of trouble until you have significantly lost its function. So you need to lose 90% of the function of the kidney to get to the point of needing dialysis or renal transplant. This gives us enough room for intervention. If we can screen early and identify it, we can prevent ourselves from getting to that level. The leading causes in Ghana are hypertension, diabetes, consumption, unregulated consumption of pain medications, and then consumption of not scientifically tested herbal medications. If we can minimize this, then we can decrease the prevalence of chronic kidney disease, and for that matter, the prevalence of or the requirement for dialysis. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore ask that we emphasize on prevention, because the treatment is expensive. Even where the cost of dialysis is covered by the National Health Insurance, ancillary costs like cost of transportation, medications, drugs like erythropoietin needed to maintain the HB and of these patients, and blood transfusion are all costs that cannot be borne by the National Health Insurance, and these families struggle. For many families today, diagnosis of chronic kidney failure or end-stage renal disease is equal to a death sentence, and we can prevent this if we tackle the early causes of this condition. I will thereby end by pleading that we hasten the process of passing a legislation or a law on organ transplant. The advantages of such a law will be that this transplant will be done ethically. There will be organ banks that people can donate, and people can give advance directives that if they are involved in an accident or anything that causes them to lose their life, they are willing to donate their kidneys. This will permit for cadaveric harvesting of kidneys for use in transplant. In present day, for you to get a kidney donated, you need to get a living donor, and that is very challenging with a lot of ethical considerations. So I plead on this House to really consider, and the Honorable Minister to consider bringing to this House the bill on organ transplantation to help us manage the burden of end-stage kidney disease. Dialysis is not a permanent solution. The best solution is renal replacement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership. Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
you have the floor.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta-Kando, for such an important statement. For such an important statement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister of Health's statement, 4 million young people, Mr. Speaker, are suffering from end-stage kidney disease. Mr. Speaker, elsewhere, when it comes to kidney disease, it's usually people in their 60s to around 65. But here in Ghana, it is really young people, and for the reasons that the minister had stated. Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is for a young person, average 46 years old, who has kidney disease. Mr. Speaker, that is very devastating to the patient as well as to the family, because that person has to be on dialysis 3 times a week, and each session is about 4 hours. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, that individual has to be in a dialysis unit 4 hours. By the time they finish the session, Mr. Speaker, they are completely wiped out, because we have to take the blood, pass it through a dialysis machine, and return the blood to the patient. So after the session, there's not much they can do. They cannot go to work, and they don't do anything. So they just literally go home and sleep, or they go home and they keep vomiting. Mr. Speaker, having end-stage kidney disease is one of the most devastating diseases that a young person can have. And for the same reasons that the Honorable MP from Lambusi said, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we pass the organ transplant bill. Mr. Speaker, currently there are 2 options you have for transplantation. One, as he spoke about, is the cadaveric. When we say cadaveric, Mr. Speaker, we mean from a person who is deceased. Now, the other option is a living-related kidney transplantation, meaning that it is somebody you know, a family member, who now donates you the kidney. Mr. Speaker, every individual has 2 kidneys, and a person can live with just 1 kidney. So living-related kidney transplantation is that somebody will donate one of their kidneys to another individual who is usually a family member. Mr. Speaker, currently we are now doing a lot of kidney transplantations in this country, and that is where Mahama Cares come in, Mr. Speaker. Mahama Cares is doing a lot of specialist training to bring specialists to this country, so that people in Ghana will not have to travel outside the country to go to different countries like in the Arab countries or to the US or to the UK to get transplantation. We can do transplantation in Ghana with the right care and with the right facilities, and that is where Mahama Care comes in. Mr. Speaker, incidentally, last month we did 4 kidney transplantation at one of the hospitals in Ghana. All 4 of them were living related, and Mr. Speaker, thankfully, all 4 patients are doing extremely well right here in Ghana. So with Mahama Cares, Mr. Speaker, we can continue to have good, proper health care in Ghana, and we will not have to travel for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, on your behalf, I thank the Minister for making the statement on this very important issue. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I believe that as agreed, we can go back to motion number 11, I believe, Mr. Speaker, to continue with the debates. Speaker. Speaker, the other arrangement we had, Speaker, a conclave, because my backlog is quite a lot, we had agreed that our side will do 5 minutes. Each contributor will take 5 minutes, so we can take more of my numbers. The other side had agreed that they will stick to their 10 minutes for committee chairs. So on my side, deputy ministers and committee chairs, every contributor will do 5 minutes, so we can take more. Thank you.
That has been agreed upon. So on the list, I have 16 people and 8 people. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with that. I don't think we agreed firmly on that. Mr. Speaker, we are very much aware that in debates, which is one against one, if we want to divide, we don't want to set some bad precedents over here. That is my candid view about this thing. And so let's look at what has been the standard thing or the standard operation for debates in the House. I don't think we are going to finish in a very short period of time before closure if we adopted that approach to this debate. We on the minority are not in favor of that arrangement.
Well, I walk into conclave to meet this arrangement being put in place, and I was instructed as such. In fact, I went further to confirm with Honorable Habib and Honorable Jerry Ahmed about this arrangement when I received the respective list from the majority and the minority side, and a confirmation was again given. So, I mean, I have some difficulties.
Let me, Speaker, my difficulty is, Speaker, she actually raised this very point before the Speaker.
Yes.
It was the Speaker that presided. Please, Minority Leader, please, if you can. Okay. So she raised the point. Because yesterday we could not go on with the debate. So we brought the backlogs from yesterday to today. Now, my proposal was that because if we stick to 10 minutes for the committee chairs, we may need much more time. So I propose a more reasonable means to getting a lot of my members to contribute. So I shortened my time for them. And so Speaker said her claim that it will amount to setting a bad precedent was untenable, because I was using a more reasonable means to solve my number problems. So it is permissible for me to split my 10 minutes between, instead of giving 10 minutes to one contributor, I was giving my 10 minutes to 2 contributors. So that is permissible. So Speaker overruled her and approved of the formula before we left conclave.
You see, any time at all, the Speaker is using his wisdom to address a number problem, we oppose it and we run into a problem. So, if one side is going to have 1 hour to speak, and somebody decide that, as for the 1 hour that I'm going to speak, I will let my members use 5 minutes each, and you decide that you want one person to use the entire 1 hour, it comes to the same thing. So how do we address the number challenge when we are opposing this mechanism that has been approved by Mr. Speaker? And when leaving, he has given me a clear instruction that this is what has been agreed upon at conclave.
Mr. Speaker, I think this practice is very alien in this chamber, the one we want to introduce. It is not the same as one person speaking for 10 minutes. We are here, look at the time. I think it's about 5 o'clock, and we are going to engage in this debate using 5 minutes for 16 people on that side, and then, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to set something that is so
in terms
bad.
of
Please.
time, what difference does it make?
It makes a difference because before someone gets up to speak, it takes some time before the person begins to even articulate his or her points. It is going to delay us further, and it is not, it's untenable. One-to-one is what we know. It's so alien. And you remember, you recall, Mr. Speaker himself gave a ruling on this floor.
I came to conclave late. I'm unable to overturn Speaker's decision and his instructions to me.
Speaker, so what was the problem for the minority side at conclave was that then those from my side who originally will have 5 minutes will have to be known. So if you see the list I submitted, I indicated those who originally would have had 10 minutes. All of them indicated 10 minutes, but now they will speak for 5 minutes. And that became acceptable to them. So, Speaker, this issue, so then let's do the 16. I have 16 members. So let's proceed with the 16. You said you cannot get your 16 members to debate today. So you will stick to your 10 minutes, but you will let 8 people that are available for you to speak. How is this difficult?
Honourable members, there is a number issue. So once it's been addressed this way, let's go by it. Yes.
Speaker, I want to address you on 2 points on this matter. One, I remember some months ago, the majority leader and leader of government business raised this matter on the floor, and the Speaker made a definite ruling on the matter that although at committee we go by ratio, when it comes to debate, it is 1 here, 1 there, and nothing will change. As far as the records of this House would bear me out, there hasn't been an appeal to that decision. Now, second, the chief whip of the majority caucus is now putting across a point that now he wants to split his time. So if it is 1 hour each allocated, he wants to split it to make it 5 for each member. So if it's an hour, instead of 6 people, he wants to do 12 and split it. Mr. Speaker, much as he may have his own good intention to solve his problem, that is not the practice of Parliament. Now to suggest that we had said we don't have 16 people, so we only yielded to 8 because we don't have the numbers, and he has 16, and therefore we should bring our 16 so he brings his 16. Mr. Speaker, that is a different argument. If we need more time to debate SONA because you have members who would want to speak, let us discuss that and then agree. But as it is, we've agreed that tomorrow leaders are supposed to close the debate. If we want to extend it to Friday, we can do so. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want us to weave a certain precedent that would come and hunt ourselves in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of Speaker has ruled. Mr. Speaker, you've spoken, Honorable Defemepo, listen to me. What you are trying to suggest is to use a backdoor. I don't want to use a Kokwanansi approach. Have one, let me take two, by the same sharing formula. No, it will not be the same. It is Kokwanansi's strategy. It's, oh, you have one, let's share. Have one, mine, I will split it. When you split, they are not the same. When you split, they become two. If we are doing 1-1, if you have your 8, do your 8 for 10 minutes, we do our 8 for 10 minutes. If you want to do 5-5, let's proceed with 5-5. But I'm pleading with you, this thing that because you are in majority today, you want to have a full house, take the full loaf. You can never predict what will happen tomorrow. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what it is. If, okay, Mr. Speaker, he makes it clear now to me now. He has 16, I should look for my 16. Mr. Speaker, that is fair enough.
You see,
if that is his argument, then that's fair enough. But I won't accept any ratio of 2 to 1 because there's a ruling on it.
Honorable members, the said ruling was delivered by Mr. Speaker.
In this very chamber.
And Mr.
It's a matter of public record.
Can you listen to me too? Mr. Speaker was at the conclave when these arrangements are made. I am unable to vary same. He can come later and vary same, but I am unable to vary what has been decided at conclave and handed down to me. That's the difficulty that I have. If it is the case that we'll take 8 people for today, having regard with the time, everybody speaks 5 minutes, then I'm still within the range.
Mr. Speaker, fair enough. If the 16 is not working, because the majority chief whip is proposing 16-16 or 5 minutes each. We don't have a problem with it. Save that because of time. Let's do 8-8 and we continue tomorrow. I don't mind. So that the remaining 8 can have a bite. Mr. Speaker, let's not. This is not the first time that one side is having majority. We have had 169 before. Honorable Majority Leader. We have had 169 before. That is not how we treated your minority. We have had 169 in this chamber before. 169 was a number.
Mr. Speaker, I think you've concluded on this matter. The Speaker himself, who ruled earlier on against my proposal that we have some kind of proportional opportunity when it comes to commenting on SONA and even the budget, he decided to make some approvals that will be more accommodating, so that they maintain the length of time they get to debate. We enjoy the same length of time that we get to debate, except that we use numerous debaters. I don't see why you should have a problem. The argument I have heard several times from you is that the numbers are not important. The substance is what is important. Substance is what is important. So don't worry. If 20 people on this side speak for 30 minutes and say nothing valuable, why are you worried? If only 7 people on this side speak for 30 minutes and say something very valuable, your own argument that substance is what is important will prevail. So let's accommodate one another. Speaker has already made the arrangements and communicated it to First Deputy Speaker. And as he indicates, he has to go according to that arrangement. Let's try it today and see how it goes.
Speaker, with respect, I don't want my colleague to quote me out of context. I don't want him to quote me out of context. Mr. Speaker, I maintain that the majority is taking an undue advantage of their numbers. This is not an end to the democracy we have. there's an election ahead. We have had 169 in this chamber. We did not bring such arguments. Mr. Speaker, this thing of it is two, divided into two, our side will subdivide into two. Mr. Speaker, it's not the same. Mr. Speaker, it's a backdoor approach. And I also don't want Mr. Speaker himself to be quoted in public, because Mr. Speaker has ruled. And anytime I have administratively approached Mr. Speaker on matters that I felt administratively could be resolved, but Mr. Speaker always insisted that used motion, if the House decides, it's only through a proper application on the floor that same can be varied. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, can I conclude this?
I don't want you to be doing that invitation. I just want to admonish.
Mr.
Certain
Speaker,
things
you hold your breath.
cannot
Let me
always
finish.
be by bring a motion. No.
Why? But the majority leader spoke. He didn't interrupt. At least let me finish so he can come in. He has unended opportunity to admonish and come in. The majority leader spoke. There was no interjection. Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that the Speaker should not be invited into this matter. Matters that perhaps is discussed at conclave. We shouldn't create the impression that Mr. Speaker can rule on a matter and then vary the same ruling. I don't want that impression should be created. Mr. Speaker, I am ready for a workable approach. The majority chief whip has suggested that we do 8-8 and continue tomorrow. You say you want us to do 16-16. That's fine. If you want us to do 16-16, Mr. Speaker, if that is a suggestion, we are ready. We would marshal our 16. It should get the 16 ready.
Very well.
Start.
Everybody speaks for 5 minutes. Starting from the minority side, I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boama. You are speaking for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make some few comments on the President's message to the House. Mr. Speaker, the President came here to perform his constitutional duty in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this 5 minutes is not going to make this debate interesting, but we'll make some points and sit down. Mr. Speaker, the world is going through some turmoil. We're experiencing some hikes in petroleum products globally. Crude oil is now selling over $100 on the world market, but we've been promised a resilient economy, and we trust that no excuses will be brought to the floor when this affects our national budget. Mr. Speaker, we just read a report by a think tank in education in this country, that's the Education Watch, that over 30,000 basic schools or classrooms have remained without teachers since 2025. This is a worrying statistic that every serious government must take a closer look at, Mr. Speaker. For want of time, I will not go into detail because it affects the very progress of our kids in the educational sector. Mr. Speaker, public sector workers have all been agitating for better wages, Mr. Speaker. In the President's address to this House, we did not hear much about his plans and his strategy to assuage the difficulties being meted out to public sector workers. Today, CLOSAG is on strike, and today for the single spine salary structure, some workers have as high as 53% allowance on their basic pay, while their counterparts, including those in the same organization, don't have a single allowance. This is close to over 53% allowance, and PSU has 0%, Mr. Speaker, and there is serious labor disconnect or discrimination that has to be looked at. There is so much labor agitation, and we don't want a disruption in the labor front, Mr. Speaker, and the government, being so caring, as they say, should take the right steps to address these agitations on the labor front. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President also mentioned that Ghana was ready for business. But in a country where utility prices keep changing by the day, by the week, by the hour, it's not interesting for any business to thrive. Mr. Speaker, I took a glance at the Fraser report on in the mining sector, and the Global Investment Attractive Index for 2024, Ghana ranked 46 out of 82. In 2025, Ghana ranked 53 out of 68. 2024, in the Global Policy Perception Index, Ghana ranked 46 out of 82 and 50 out of 68. Mr. Speaker, the Global Best Practices Mineral Potential Index, Ghana ranked 34 out of 58 and 35 out of 41. Mr. Speaker, I took a very close look at the NDC manifesto, and I've noticed that the President failed to report on the establishment of the National Bank for Women, National Women's Bank, to support female entrepreneurs on page 12 of the NDC manifesto. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't any report on the establishment of the cocoa colleges in the cocoa growing areas to train cocoa farmers and extension officers, as stated on page 41, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tariff increases as a major feature in the last statement by the President.
I will then give the floor to Honorable Sanja Nanja.
Seconds.
You have the floor, Sanja Nanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the motion that was ably moved by the Honorable Member for Bolgatanga Central, that this House thanks His Excellency the President of the Republic for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Friday, 27 February 2026. Mr. Speaker, over the years, illegal and irresponsible mining, aka Galamsey, has been a major problem facing our nation, Ghana. But unfortunately, government after government has failed to combat this canker. Mr. Speaker, two related factors have been identified as the inhibiting factors not allowing the Galamsey fight to succeed. And these are weak enforcement and lack of political will. Mr. Speaker, the President, in his State of the Nation's address, reaffirmed his position to fight Galamsey. And he stated that the focus is now on the big fish and not the lower offenders. Mr. Speaker, in 2003 and 2004, 2023 and 2024, out of the 845 persons who were arrested in relation to Galamsey, it is sad to note that the previous government only prosecuted 35. At 35, that is 4%. And the breakdown is as follows. 2023, 218 were arrested and only 24 were prosecuted. In 2024, we have 627 arrested and only 11 were prosecuted. Mr. Speaker, the President has said in the State of the Nation address, has declared that no excavator will be missing this time round. We remember 500 excavators in the previous government were seized, and these excavators miraculously grew wings and flew to Nome and flew out of the country, and up to date we can't find them. This time round, the excavators are tamed. The excavators can no longer fly because we have taken measures, and the excavators, tracking devices have been put on the excavators, and they are being monitored wherever they go. Mr. Speaker, recently, just last week, over 1,000 chamfans, which were bound to Galamsey areas, were intercepted at the Tama Harbor by the EPA. And this is a boost to Galamsey fight. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Galamsey areas, Galamsey prone areas, there are hundreds of cases pending at the courts. Mr. Speaker, the President and his team have deployed specialized prosecutorial teams to go and fast-track these cases. And the most Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kennedy Osei. Kennedy Osei Nyako. Honorable Frank Yabua. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the President's address that was delivered to us on the 27th of February 2026. Mr. Speaker, listening to the President's speech.
Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Please continue.
One would safely assume that Ghana has suddenly become a paradise for healthcare delivery. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. On the issue of nursing, the President boldly declared, and I quote, "Nursing training allowances have been regularized, application fees reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training." End of quote. The emphasis on ease access to training. Very comforting words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the President was in this chamber delivering these sweet words and comforting words, the Minister for Health, Honorable Minta Kando, was at Nairobi aggressively causing the suspension, immediate suspension of the Nairobi Training College principal, Nursing Training College principal. What crime did this man commit? The Speaker, the Minister is saying that the man admitted 2,750 students against the government's approved cap of 750. The Speaker, against the 750, the justification the Minister gave was that it will burden the government's no-fee stress and also affect the payment of allowances. The Speaker, I asked the House, sincerely, is it an achievement to deny 2,000 students who are qualified admission to nursing training college because the government or the President wants to save face on a populist campaign promise made to Ghanaians in 2024? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if we want to look at the true state of health sector in Ghana, then we have to look at the cocoa farmer in my constituency in Achumango Bedanof, Rapong, the cocoa or Safibodi in the Western North region. That cocoa farmer, Mr. Speaker, that cocoa farmer had assurance. Mr. Speaker, that cocoa farmer had assurance of a life-saving anti-snake serum delivered swiftly by zipline drone system under the previous government. But today, Mr. Speaker, that assurance is gone because the government has suspended the contract between the government and the zipline. Mr. Speaker, today, if that cocoa farmer should go to his farm and gets bitten by a snake, the farmer will have to find his own way of getting transport to the nearest hospital before the anti-snake serum will be administered. And where is that money going to come from for the transport? The money is going to come from the same proceeds from the sale of cocoa beans that the government has slashed over 1,000 Ghana per bag. Mr. Speaker, and if that farmer is able to get to the hospital and get the serum and returns back, Mr. Speaker, the farmer is going to meet with Dumso because Dumso has returned, or the 100 CD prepaid credit he bought 2 days ago, that used to last for 2 weeks. Unfortunately, that just lasted for 2 days, and therefore the Dumso and the farmer will find it difficult to administer the medication that was given to him by paramedics. The Speaker, this is the true state of our health sector now. Ghana for Yaya Mobo and the NDC. The Speaker, to it, Ghanaians are suffering under NDC. God come to our aid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Honorable Frank Efie, member for Afajatu South. Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Your term starts now.
My most revered Speaker, while sharing my perspectives on the President's message on the state of the nation, permit me to convey multitude of gratitude and appreciation to HE, the President, for delivering what has globally been accepted as a magnificently outstanding, evidence-based, sector by sector, blow by blow, detailed but significant account of his stewardship to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about research, this is the evidence of the research that we've talked about. Speaker, our governance is meaningless unless it delivers concrete, impactful, purposeful outcome to its citizenry. Speaker, we have crafted the Local Governance Act just so the 40% of our compatriots who live in rural settings will be taken care of. Speaker, through your facilitation, I just returned from the Western and Central region as a member of your noble Committee on Rural Development and Local Governance. Speaker, I was extremely excited at the rate of development we are witnessing under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Speaker, when our colleagues across the aisle had opportunity for 8 good years, local governance was reduced to mere devolution of power and deconcentration of offices. Can you imagine? Speaker, today, His Excellency is giving true meaning to local governance. Today, the district, metropolitan, and municipal assemblies are well resourced. Speaker, I'll give you a tangible example. If you go to Western region, there is a municipality called Efia District. Speaker, in the year 2024, under the reign of His Excellency Akufo-Addo, the whole year, that municipality had only 2.7 million. Today, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the same municipality for 1 year had 26 million. Speaker, look at the yawning gap between 2.7 and 26 million. No wonder they are delivering. They are performing efficiently and effectively. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are talking about when we say we need to incentivize our local base, create jobs and unleash opportunities. This is what John Dramani Mahama is doing. But Speaker, most importantly, I want to also put on record that this government is not on autopilot as we have had in the last 8 years. The government is being regulated. There are guidelines for spending these monies. So there is a formula. And so the amount of money that has been sufficiently delivered, a section is supposed to create school desks for our pupils. Research and data by EduWatch clearly shows that 2.3 million of our pupils in public schools in Ghana lack desks. Speaker, that is why His Excellency has directed that a segment of this money be used to create desks at the district level. Speaker, a network of Safe Water and NGO has revealed that 44% of Ghanaians lack access to safe, clean, potable water. His Excellency has directed that a percentage of the money to the various assemblies be used in drilling boreholes and creating water. I am excited to know that whilst we were in the Western region, Mr. Speaker, significant amount of these boreholes have already been drilled and mechanized for our people. Yes. So by rough estimate, by 2028, we will be drilling about 5,000 boreholes. This should be enough to give about 500,000 Ghanaians access to safe, clean, potable water. Yes. Anyone who gives water gives life. Yes. Mahama is giving water. Mahama is giving cheap compound. By the time we go to 2028, Mr. Speaker, we would have built about 500 plus cheap compound. Yes. So that every Ghanaian can have access and take advantage of the free medical care policy of John Dramani Mahama. Speaker, this is the governance we are talking about. And if you indulge me, I'll use the Hansard of this House, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, in reference to today, I call him Bishop Kofi Amabua. Speaker, the last sona that President Akufo-Addo delivered to this House, this was his response to President.
Thank you. So let us welcome Honorable Michael Befi.
Thank you, the Speaker.
Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, thank you. I rise to comment on the State of the Nation address ably delivered by the President in this respected House. The Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of this august House, the fact that Ghana is still the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area that has come to stay. The African Continental Free Trade, which is a very important concept or a customs union that Africa has adopted, is being hosted by this country. And for that matter, we have to respect the dictates and protocols of AFTA. The Speaker, the President in the State of the Nation address clearly made a statement that he wants to encourage a new policy called an export policy to help the country to be able to focus attention on intra-African trade. We believe that the African Continental Free Trade Area has come to bless Africa so that we're able to trade amongst ourselves, duty-free, quota-free. However, Ghana as the host of this concept must be seen as a champion, not just a participant. We have to show leadership. And showing leadership means that we have to do things to enhance our status as a country that is hosting the Secretariat. It will interest you to note that the President in his State of the Nation address said that Exim Bank funding will be enhanced. African Continental Free Trade Areas SME Readiness Program will also come into force. These are things that we were expecting to see in the country, but in reality, these are nothing. You cannot find it anywhere in this country, which means that the country is not positioning itself well to take full advantage of the African Continental Free Trade. As at now, out of the 55 African countries, 54 African countries have signed the agreement. 48 African countries have ratified the agreement, which means that the agreement has come to stay, which is the biggest customs union in the whole world. And I believe that as a country, we have to be seen to be so serious about the African Continental Free Trade Area. The Speaker, it also interests you to note that the President made a huge announcement that has come to just be a mere announcement, announcing that there are going to be 3 government factories to be established within this country. 3 government factories. The Speaker, this was just an announcement. As at now, nothing seriously has been done as far as the establishment of these factories are concerned. I can confidently tell you that preparatory works are only underway. There hasn't been any serious engagement with the Ghanaian that has been selected to take the lead or promote the business on behalf of Ghana. So I believe that this was just an announcement. It didn't show anything serious, and it didn't speak well of us as a country that is ready to create a lot of businesses. The Speaker, to interest you to note that the President said that that factory is going to create about almost about 1.7 million jobs, total factory work, which I believe it would have encouraged a lot of people to even be part of the whole arrangement. But government alone, as government, may not be able to do it. Note that the 24-hour economy that they were trying to bring could have helped in this matter if they had allowed the private sector to come in. The private sector could have come in by also leading to set up government factories. In this country, as I'm talking to you, there are 3 major government factories in this country that employs almost about 500,000 people total, if you combine both direct and indirect jobs that they create. I believe that the government should have done more by engaging the private sector, giving them good incentive package that can encourage a lot of people to take part of this program. The next point that I want to talk about is the fact that the President declared the country as being ready for business. Being ready for business means that we are ready to open up. We are ready to also share data. One of the key things that the President didn't do was to give us data on specific investments, especially foreign direct investment that we have attracted into this country. As at now, the President and any other person here cannot specifically tell us how much more money we receive as a country in attracting foreign direct investment into this country, which is not too good for us as a country. So any foreigner who wants to invest in this, into this.
Thank you, Honorable Mike Ebefi. Let's turn to Honorable Bate Zedin. Honorable Bate, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message on the state of the nation delivered by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, pursuant to Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, which he delivered with much dignity, clarity, and confidence. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with the issue of roads. Roads are not merely infrastructure. They are arteries through which opportunity flows to our people. When roads improve, markets expand, farmers prosper, and communities move from isolation to participation. If we are serious about agricultural transformation, then we must equally be serious about the roads that carry food from our farms to our markets. Mr. Speaker, the President announced the construction of the Accra-Kumasi Expressway during his address. And, Mr. Speaker, let me state that this is not just another road project. This is a transformational infrastructural vision. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the expressway will become one of the most strategic road corridors in the history of this country, comparable only to the famous Accra-Tema motorway, constructed by the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Asiedu, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will cover approximately 198.7 kilometers connecting Accra to Kumasi. And let me say this respectfully to our colleagues on the other side. Infrastructure of this magnitude requires vision, courage, and leadership, and not cynicism. Mr. Speaker, I say this with personal experience. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of attending a parliamentary training workshop in the Philippines. While there, I experienced firsthand what modern expressway infrastructure can do for a nation. Mr. Speaker, the Philippines has 7 major expressways, not one, with 2 prominent ones being the North Luzon Expressway, otherwise known as NLEX, and the South Luzon Expressway, otherwise known as XLEX. Some sections carry between 4 to 8 lanes, and other sections carry as many as between 11 to 13 lanes. Mr. Speaker, the Philippines has a population of about 120 million, and Manila, the capital, has a population of 30 million. And yet, because of this wonderful road network, it is relatively manageable for movement to be carried out in that particular country. Mr. Speaker, let me move to the big push. This initiative will ensure that strategic roads across all 16 regions of Ghana will benefit from accelerated infrastructure development. And I'd like on this occasion, on behalf of the people of the Upper West region, to express profound gratitude to the President for including critical roads in our region under this program. Mr. Speaker, historically, the Upper West region has not received much infrastructure development. In fact, at some point in time, road construction, we had the least kilometerage of paved roads in the country. And so we are very, we commend the President and we thank the President for including us in the Big Push road program. Mr. Speaker, the roads which have been included include the following: Solawa Road, Navrongo Sicily Tumu Road, Tumuhengwa Road, Tumuheng Lora Road, and then Wahamli Road. Mr. Speaker, these roads will certainly open up the Upper West region. Let me, Mr. Speaker, move to aviation, that is transportation. The President announced the construction of 3 new airports, including the Wa Airport. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I was privileged to be part of the team that acquired the site for the new airport, that is at Perisi. And this was in 1995. The people have been waiting for the construction of.
Honorable Bid, thank you very much. Let's now turn our attention to Honorable Tia Kabilu. Very well. So let's move to Honorable Kingsley Ajimai. Honorable Kingsley Ajimai, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make some few commentary on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. Listening to the debate and the commentary from the other side, one begins to wonder if it is really the State of the Nation that the President presented to us. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I want us to go to page 11 of the President's address, specifically paragraph 2, and I want to paraphrase or quote him. He says, "Our nation is on the runway. It is in take-off mood, and you are all advised to fasten your seatbelt," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this means that it has taken the President 15 months, if he was the captain of an aeroplane, to just push back and taxi to a runway. I mean, it is not surprising that headliners or frontline policies that they mentioned in their manifesto, such as the big push, which they are debating around as perspectives or perceptions and not realities, has not seen the light of the day. Their famous 24-hour economy, the expected number of employment that they ought to have done, have all not materialized because for 15 months, the president was pushing back to taxi to a runway. So if you have a flight duration of, let's say, 4 hours, you have used basically 1 hour or 1 hour, 30 minutes just to push back and taxi to a runway. I believe this is not the way to go, and that we have to be more serious with the way we govern our country. Mr. Speaker, the president's statements or address was interposed with a lot of levity. Why do I say this? If you go to page 27, where he sought to address a problem, and with your permission, I quote, "Today, NCD accounts for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major case of household poverty." Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, what the president is telling us is that 1 out of every 2 deaths that happens in this country is as a result of an NCD. A very big problem, huge problem, that if you are a president of a country and you are confronted with a situation where 1 out of 2 deaths happens and it comes from a categorization of a public health called an NCD or non-communicable disease, and you will laugh at this. His solution to this huge or elephant-type problem was the creation of a Ghana Medical Trust Fund, what all of them are alluding to as Mahama case. Mr. Speaker, you have this huge problem that you are confronted with as a president. Your solution was to take 80% of this fund coming from an existing fund that we are already struggling with. That's the 20% from the National Health Insurance Authority. I mean, big problems require big solutions. And for this solution that has been suggested or has been addressed by the president in his State of the Nation address is very, very, very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to behave, or we cannot continue this way. How can you take 80% of a fund from an existing problem or a problem that is killing 1 out of 2 deaths that happens in this country is as a result of an NCD? Why this? I think there should be more. There should be more rigorous financing when it comes to healthcare. The mere fact that you want to etch your name in what President Kufuor did by bringing about economic accessibility to healthcare, where no one is denied healthcare because of their low socio-economic setting, does not mean that you should be in a hurry. It does not mean that you should be in a hurry to bring about something. I mean, policies must be very thoughtful, and we must take the people of this country very serious. 1 out of 2 deaths cannot be solved by bringing about what they call Mahama case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Kingsley Nyako, Kingsley Ajimai. So we turn to Honorable Ni Ashikoti. Honorable Ni, nobody will interject you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe in your statement that you will not allow anyone to heckle me. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, for the prudent management of this economy, and also to the Venerable Atuforsin for the great work he is doing in Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why lately, whenever we decide to discuss matters of the economy, our colleagues are quick enough to jump on matters of cocoa and cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a statement made today in this House on statement made today in this House as part of the Auditor General's report. And Mr. Speaker, in this document, without prejudice, it is being alleged that about 18 billion Ghana cedis is at large. And what I want to say is that if they had managed the economy this well, this amount of whooping amount of 18 billion cedis would have been used to cushion the cocoa farmer. What we are doing today is to manage the mess they created. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Mahama has managed the economy so well that today, inflation is as low as about 3.5%. And this is gradually reflecting, 3.3%, reflecting in the practical lives of our people. Today, the amount of money you spend to buy a bag of rice is far less than what you would have used to do same under the NPP. He knows that Ghana as a country need to shock absorb its economy so that the gains we have made so far will not derail. And that is why His Excellency the President has instituted what we call the GANRAP, the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, which was brought to this House to be approved. What is the purpose? It is to ensure that we'll be able to accumulate about 15 months of import cover by 2028 to shock absorb Ghana from any external insecurities or stabilities that may occur. Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia-led government didn't have this foresight. When COVID struck, they found themselves wanting to the extent that they have to run from one country to another, borrowing everywhere. They borrowed from our local market, they borrowed from the international market, they went to the IMF and all the other Bretton Woods, just begging. But we are being proactive to ensure that we build Ghana's base to the extent that whenever there are any external shocks, we'll be able to manage that. It will not affect the Ghanaian that bad. Mr. Speaker, under the NPP, they made the Ghanaian lose confidence in that famous phrase, what I call the phrase of destiny, in Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's independence delivery, that the black man is capable of managing his own business, his own affairs. They made the Ghanaian lose so much hope that the Ghanaian thought, no, we blacks cannot manage our own affairs. But today, thanks to His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, who has brought hope to the lives of the Ghanaian, who has made sure that MMDAs are receiving whooping amounts of monies they haven't seen in decades. Today, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund that he's referring to has come to stay. But Mr. Speaker, if they knew that this is how bad NCDs is affecting our people, what did they do during that times? Today, as we speak, 6 new regional hospitals are being built in the regions they created and left the people to suffer. Mr. Speaker, today, the La General Hospital is being built. Mr. Speaker, today, Mahama Care is here to save lives. Mr. Speaker, Nkoko Nketia is also here to stay. We will develop this.
Very well. Let's now turn to Honorable Shirley Chi. Shirley, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the State of the Nation address delivered to this Honorable House by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama in fulfillment of his constitutional obligation. Mr. Speaker, the President stood in this House and declared that Ghana is back, that Ghana is working again and is open for business. With respect, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not working for everyone, as the President would like us to believe. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the many of us that identify with our cocoa farmers and their dependents, the rice, the cashew, the maize farmers, and all other farmers that are struggling to sell their produce, even at Donkome prices. Mr. Speaker, the many people that were laid off when this government took office, Mr. Speaker, the youth that are unemployed out there are all feeling that Ghana is regressing. Mr. Speaker, today, doomsaw is gradually creeping back. Mr. Speaker, the comrades in this house, promised a stable energy supply as the foundation for the 24-hour economy and for the development of this country. Yet today, even our regular 8-hour energy supply cannot be guaranteed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these outages are now labeled as planned and unplanned maintenance, emergency, unscheduled and scheduled repairs. Mr. Speaker, they can call it all the names in this world and avoid doomsaw and load shedding. But the truth is that if they toss it upside down, if they flip it sideways, Mr. Speaker, they can turn it inside out and call it whatever. The effect and the value is the same. A stark darkness. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana continue to publish widespread outage schedules. Mr. Speaker, how can a 3-shift, 24-hour economy survive when a 1-shift cannot rely on uninterrupted power? Mr. Speaker, as if these outages are not bad enough, today we have electricity tariffs that have cumulatively increased to about 28%. Mr. Speaker, today prepaid meters deplete faster than Usain Bolt. Mr. Speaker, how can you tell me Ghana is working again when we cannot have power? Mr. Speaker, let me take you to Mr. Speaker, across our markets, in Abobloshi, in Fomina markets, in Akachi markets, Nketia, Edum, Nkawie, Ebuakwase, Pase markets, and beyond, small businesses are struggling. Mr. Speaker, today, the cold store operator is losing stocks. Mr. Speaker, our barbers, our hairdressers, our seamstresses, small business operators like our block-making factory operators, they are all feeling the pinch. Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is that we have seen this movie before. We have seen this movie before and it didn't end well. If it was a Kuma Wood movie, we would dub it Timami 4 Amani Hunu Part 1 and 2. Mr. Speaker, Timamu 4 Amani Hunu Part 1 and 2. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me take you to a community engagement I had over the weekend. Mami Ekwefriye in Nkawie Kuma would like me to ask Mr. President if doomsaw is back. Because he would like to know if doomsaw is back, then she can plan. Mr. Speaker, if indeed we are experiencing power outages, we would like the President to come out with a clear timetable so businesses and individuals can plan. Mr. Speaker, how can we say Ghana is working again and is open for business when power, the backbone of productivity, is unaffordable, unreliable, and unpredictable? Mr. Speaker, permit me to take you to the housing sector. In the President's maiden address to this House, he said, and I quote, "The quality of life in any nation relies significantly on what..."
Very well. So, Honorable Tezawuni is not here, cannot find her here. So, let's turn to Honorable Professor Dr. Ayin Sudankwa. Honorable You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the President for his thoroughness, insightfulness, and clear vision for the country. Mr. Speaker, the President stood on his feet for over 3 hours to lay down a visionary, consistent, and clear-cut agenda with nothing but evidence-based analysis. Mr. Speaker, he detailed how he will move this country towards a broader resetting agenda of Kwame Nkrumah proportions, Mr. Speaker. I will refer to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama as Nkrumah 2.0. Mr. Speaker, the true state of the health of Ghana. The NHIS, Mr. Speaker, has been uncapped. Under uncapping, we had 3.4 billion extra funds in 2025, all of which have been pumped back into the health sector. Mr. Speaker, we came up with arrears in 2019, and all the arrears have been paid. Mr. Speaker, we have paid 4.1 billion in claims as of the end of 2025, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, all claims are paid at the end of each month. No healthcare provider is owed by NHIS. We have a 3-month window to pay all claims. The tariffs have undergone revision, and new tariffs are awaiting ministerial approval. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Mahama case, Mr. Speaker, the Mahama case was set up because 43% of Ghanaians, all death mortalities in the country, was based on non-communicable diseases and cancers and other rare conditions. Mr. Speaker, Mahama Cares was started in September 2025, and it has been fully implemented. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama Cares has done the patient support programs for all non-communicable diseases, including prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, cervical cancer, and other cancers. Mr. Speaker, up to date, Mahama Cares has paid 3.2 million cedis for treatment of Ghanaians, including treatment for brain surgeries, open heart surgeries, chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and minimally invasive procedures. Mr. Speaker, currently Mahama Cares is establishing 3 cardiac centers, 1 in Kumasi, 1 in Tamale, and 1 in Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Mr. Speaker. These are not just cardiac catheterization centers, but they are 4 cardiac centers. Mr. Speaker, currently most Ghanaians travel outside the country to access proper cardiac care. With these 3 cardiac centers, Mr. Speaker, no Ghanaian will have to travel outside the country to access quality, high-level, specialized care. We can have that quality, high-level, specialized cardiac care right here in Ghana, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mahama Cares is also working on training our specialists in this country. Mr. Speaker, currently, Mahama Cares is training 100 specialized nurses in areas that are very difficult to find nurses, like oncology, nurses who take care of cancer, like nephrology, nurses who take care of kidney diseases, endocrinology, nurses who take care of endocrine problems, cardiology, neurology, and critical care, Mr. Speaker. Currently, we have a deficit of critical care nurses in this country, and Mahama Cares has put a fund together to train 100 of these patients, Mr. Speaker. Mahama Cares is also working with the Ghana College of Pharmacy to train 100 pharmaceutical specialists, Mr. Speaker. When we come to free primary health care, the policy will be launched next month. Mr. Speaker, the idea is finally Ghanaians at the CHIPS compound level, at the health center level, and also at the polyclinic level will enter the health system and get free health care. Mr. Speaker, Wumpe way na wupe day. To wait. If you don't like this, what else? What is better? Mr. Speaker, Mahama, President JM, has
Let me now, from Professor Yinsu, let me go to Professor Kingsley Nyako. Prof, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice to motion number 11 on the State of the Nation address delivered by the President on 27th of February this year, and move on the 3rd of March this year by the Honorable Member for Bolgatanga Central, Mr. Isaac Adongo, and seconded by the Honorable Member for Asin South, Mr. Intim Fojo. Mr. Speaker, honestly, I was reluctant to take part in the debate on the State of the Nation address delivered by the President because I saw no difference between his delivery on the 27th of February and the one he delivered last year, and also from the budget statement that was delivered by the Finance Minister. I saw no difference. The only striking element I saw was just lamentations and blame games. That's all. Mr. Speaker, our friends tell us that the economy is robust, it is doing well. Inflation has come down to 3.3%. They are saying that the city is now stronger against the major trading currencies. GDP is about 6.6% or so. Mr. Speaker, in all this, the government is not able to pay cocoa farmers who through no fault of theirs, have found themselves in this precarious situation. If the economy is doing well, then we are expecting the government, headed by the President John Dramani Mahama, Mr. Speaker, at least to give them some bailouts. That will suggest that he is a president who thinks about the people and the economy is doing well. Mr. Speaker, far from that. Mr. Speaker, they promised us that we're going to create jobs, that jobs were going to be easy for the Ghanaian youth. Mr. Speaker, where are the jobs? The president told us that he's created about 1 million jobs, but the record showed that is not the case. The Ghana Statistical Service gave a figure of 330,000. Mr. Speaker, what he failed to tell us was to indicate to us the various sectors how much employment have been created. That was not done. The productive sectors of this economy are struggling. You go to the agricultural sector, the Speaker, they cannot even create jobs. And now Kufuado and Dr. Bawumia created jobs, and we saw the jobs. All the interventions that were created, Mr. Speaker, created some jobs. Mr. Speaker, the free senior high school policy gave over 100,000 jobs to the Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, the ambulances to the constituencies also created jobs. Mr. Speaker, the national ID cards, the Ghana card, go to every district, they created jobs. The drone delivery system, they created jobs. Mr. Speaker, all our interventions created jobs. The NDC administration and that John Dramani Mahama cannot even create jobs. And they told Ghanaians that they're going to do 133. Where is the 133? Over a year, 15 months in office, where is the 133? Mr. Speaker, there is none. There is nothing. I asked myself, when Ghanaians were clamoring for John Dramani Mahama, were Ghanaians thinking that was going to do something different? Were Ghanaians thinking that John Mahama that we saw between 2012 and 2016
was capable of creating jobs, I sit down and I laugh. Because this man, with all due respect, doesn't have the capacity to create jobs. Doesn't have it to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, and again, they told us, now as we speak, even in Parliament, we are embarking on cost-cutting measures. Under the NPP administration, there were no restrictions as to travels in terms of capacity building. But under the NDC, as we speak right now, all these have been curtailed. You are sitting there, you know what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation address didn't offer any hope to the Ghanaian. We are tired of the lamentations and the blame game.
Honorable members, thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Yusuf Suleiman. Honorable member for Bambo, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is rather unfortunate that this time is not an ideal time for me to debate. I say so because yesterday we made an appeal that we'll be having a Muslim program around this time. It is time for me to break my fast, and it's time for me to join my colleagues to celebrate the 9th of power. And so, regrettably, I'm unable to debate. Thank you.
So let's turn to Honorable Charles Abebe. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to thank the President for fulfilling the constitutional mandate of coming to give the State of the Nation. Mr. Speaker, last year we procured vaccines at a cost of $24.5 million. This year, 2025, we are procuring vaccines at $49.5 million. Next year is projected to reach $54 million. These are the costs incurred by government in procuring subsidized vaccines from Gavi. By 2029, we will exit the Gavi system. And by 2030, government is supposed to fully bear the cost of immunization in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that His Excellency the President, in his statement to the nation, stated that he would give the National Vaccine Institute $50 million. Mr. Speaker, this is to help us not overly depend on external sources for vaccines. This is also to help us to attain vaccine sovereignty and also secure health security for our people. Mr. Speaker, $50 million, the National Vaccine Institute is supposed to use it for one, support the two emerging manufacturing vaccine companies in the pharmaceutical hub. Two, help equip our researchers and also our scientists in vaccine production. We don't have that technology. And then also finally, improve our research and development and build the capacity of the two regulatory companies in the vaccine space, that is the FDA and then NVIDIA, National Vaccine Institute. Mr. Speaker, so National Vaccine Institute will use that to build a multi-sectorial dimensional lab which will equip our scientists to design and improve and help develop vaccines today and for the future. Also, interestingly, Mr. Speaker, one of the very important things that has happened is government partnering the private sector, Atlantic Life Sciences, to partner a foreign company, that is the PT Biopharma of Indonesia, to help develop tech transfer for us to produce a vaccine in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, after 69 years of independence, Ghana will produce its first vaccine through the National Vaccine Institute. And in this particular vaccine is the tetanus diphtheria. And it's going to be produced here in Ghana through the tech transfer. This product will also achieve the advanced market commitment framework, which is being developed by the Ministry of Health and the National Vaccine Institute. This milestone, Mr. Speaker, represents a very historic breakthrough. And we must acknowledge the work of the emerging vaccine manufacturing companies, Atlantic Life Sciences and DEK Vaccine Limited. Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity for Ghana to take advantage of this foundation the president is helping us build. By 2024, Africa wants to source all its vaccines locally, at least 60% of it. And if this foundation that is built, Ghana can take advantage of it to become the regional hub for vaccine manufacturing, vaccine production, vaccine innovations, and even produce the human resource and transfer them, export them to other African countries which need their support. Mr. Speaker, as with this development, we will guarantee uninterrupted access to life-saving vaccines for infants, neonates, children, and the future generation of this country. I thank the President very much for the support of the National Vaccine Institute. With these few words, we thank you very much for the statement.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Tema Central, Charles Forson. Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the State of the Nation address as delivered by the President of the Republic in fulfillment of Article 67. Mr. Speaker, it was a long 3 hours of lamentation, I must say. The President told the House that he's delivered a 1 million job to the good people of Ghana, meaning that per the numbers, every constituency may have gotten approximately about 3,600 or something. But I wish to contextualize things in the case of Tema Central. Tema Central, be you NDC or MPP, we are brothers and sisters. And some few weeks ago, the NHIS office was locked by no less a person than the constituency chairman, the NDC constituency chairman, ably supported by the constituency secretary, together with all functional executives and their ward, all because of one job placement. They locked the place. Mr. Speaker, the president may come here, throw out all the numbers, but the chickens will surely come home to roost. With regards to chicken, the president also made mention that he's giving some 720,000 day-old chicks to some 13,000 individuals, meaning that every person may have gotten about 55. But when you go to the market, some day-old chicks cost as less as 2 cedi and even 1 cedi. But let me use the average of even 10 cedis, meaning that he's trying to tell us that he's empowering people with just 550 Ghana cedis or 110 Ghana cedis. Is that the transformational drive that he was talking about? Mr. Speaker, it saddened my heart. My good uncle from Aguna Nyakrum, Guzitano, he's been placed at the 24-hour economy, the 24-hour directorate, and the secretariat. He's been given how much? 110 million. That is less than $10 million. And the president is saying that he needs to incentivize and transform our industrial base with a 24-hour economy with $10 million. How is he going to do that? I believe that we came to sit here for over 3 hours to listen to lamentations. Mr. Speaker, I remember watching the Vice President of the Republic until the President made mention of the 401 million. She never smiled. That was the only time she smiled. But
when you do the numbers, the 401 million divided by 276 constituency, meaning that every constituency would get about 1.4 million. But I remember then running mate, Professor Jamal coming to my constituency. She was in Committee 9 market. She came to Committee 8 market. She was at Committee 4 market, promising them that she will give them money to work. When you do the tabulation, meaning that each trader is going to get just about 100 cedis. What are they going to do with the 100 cedis? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the president also touched about the ORA. The ORA, we believe that they promised that they were going to retrieve some $21 billion. $21 billion. He came here saying that they've gotten some 600 million, which is about 0.25%. Who paid? Is it from the Dufour's case or what? Is it from the Dufour's case? Is it from the Dufour's case? Mr. Speaker, about the Galamsey. The Galamsey, I believe. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with the Galamsey, I believe this government is rather empowering the DCs and other NDC functionaries to destroy our water bodies and all our forest reserves. Now, Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that now cocoa farmers are chopping down the trees. The cocoa farmers are chopping down the trees because the president has motivated the cocoa farmers to sell their cocoa farms to Galamseyers. In that, the president doesn't want to pay them what is.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Abednego Bandin. Honorable, you have 5 minutes, unfortunately.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the President's State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, let me focus on the telecom industry and demonstrate to you, Mr. Speaker, how the NPP government for 8 years ran down the sector in Ghana here. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, handed over a buoyant telecom sector to the NPP government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, we had 9 vibrant telecom operators in this country. And I can name them if you have forgotten. We had MTN, that was doing very well. We had Vodafone, we had Airtel, we had Tigo, we had Glo, we had Expresso. For broadband, we had Surfline, we had Broadband Home, and when we had what? Blue Telecom. You know, there were 9 and they were doing very well. But for 8 years, your government ran down the sector, leaving us with only 3 as of today. Mr. Speaker, today, data and voice has improved in terms of value. Ghanaians pay less to access data and voice comparatively to other countries. For example, I can take you to Kenya, South Africa, and Cote d'Ivoire, where we pay less in voice and data compared to the time that the NPP was in government. Mr. Speaker, since 2017 till date, we have about 4.5 million Ghanaians living without telecom connectivity. For 8 years, the NPP projected to build about 2,016 telecom cell sites. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they only managed to build and activate only 9 cell sites in the whole country. Mr. Speaker, out of the 2,016 cell sites, we have been able to build 1,561. Out of the 1,561, we have activated 1,441. And they are operational. If you go to your constituencies, you will find out that they are working, and our rural folks now enjoys telecom services. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that the Ghanaian people have nicknamed His Excellency the President Tok Na Do. Yes, because he doesn't only speak. When he promises, what does he do? He delivers. Mr. Speaker, the war between US, Israel, and Iran is about 2 weeks old. If it was in the NPP era, today we would have been saddled with excuses, telling us that it is because of COVID, it is because of what? Russia, Ukraine. They would have lined up their communicators from the constituency to the president to lament about the war in Iran. Ghanaian economy is still so resilient and working. It's still buoyant. Mr. Speaker, let me say that they decided to re-register our SIM cards. And for 8 years, it was saddled with fraud. Ghanaians had to wake up, there were long queues, and they ended up giving us inaccurate data. Biometric enforcement has been very poor. So that is why we are going to do another SIM card registration. Mr. Speaker, the 1 million coders, thousands of Ghanaian youth have already been trained, and we are looking to train about 400,000 more before the end of our tenure. Mr. Speaker, if it was in their era,
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. Let's now move to Honorable Colonel Damoa.
This man.
Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You see, that is the man of the moment, you see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. His Excellency the President came here. We had high hopes for him, and he addressed some of the issues critically facing the country. But the major ones, unemployment is a very big issue in this country. And when we talk about unemployment, we are dealing with the public and the private sector as well. And the public sector engages a lot of our people than the public sector. So the expectation is that more emphasis will be put on the private sector. And we know that agriculture is the backbone of this economy. And you talk about agriculture, you cannot forget about cocoa. The cocoa industry is the one that has kept this country all this while. Now, I have a constituency that has predominantly cocoa and cashew farmers. So anything that affects cocoa affects my people. And this year, unfortunately, cocoa farmers have been overtaxed more than any other group of people in this country. If you have a whole 1,000 taken from your money for a bag of cocoa, then I don't think that the GRA people can talk about any unfair taxation more than what has happened to cocoa farmers. Now, we were expecting that with the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, more emphasis will be placed on providing industries that will help in promoting trade. Trade promotion, African Continental Free Trade Area. We have the headquarters in Accra. So what we want is that we should encourage more people to engage in activities that will help us to produce enough for our local consumption and for export. The facilities that the African Continental Free Trade Area has provided requires that we do more in our country so that the rules of origin will help us to enjoy the benefits of this important trade agreement. Unfortunately, that is not what is happening. And I think that if we don't do that and we continue to depend on imports, our economy is going to sink as we are seeing. We want the president to put more emphasis on local production. It can be in agriculture, it can be industry, it can be manufacturing, whatever. That is what we expect the president to do. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency talked about retooling the security services, especially the Ghana Armed Forces, and I was pleased about that. We are going to have aircrafts, we are going to have armored personnel carriers, we are going to have patrol vessels and all that. But my caution, we want quality equipment for the Ghana Armed Forces. There were times that we were having peace support operations in La Côte d'Ivoire, Bonduku, and between 2013 and 2015, the armored personnel carriers that were bought, which were to be sent to Bonduku, got broken. The brand new ones got broken down between Brekum and Genjene, and they were there for one more week than they were expected to be there. Certainly that wasn't the right thing. So the Ghana Armed Forces expect retooling, but they want quality aircraft, quality patrol vessels, and quality armored personnel carriers. Then about pensionable emoluments. Now our soldiers who go on pension are supposed to be paid their gratuities and their monthly pensions. Unfortunately, because the government lumped all of them together, about 3,000 at a go to be released, it became difficult for them to be paid. And then we are putting the blame on not budgeting for them. It is because you rush and send all of them home at a go. That has never happened, and that is a bad strategy. The Vaccine Institute, it was the former president and his able vice, now the presidential candidate of him, who brought about that. They passed the law and established and gave a seed money of $25 million. Today, we are only hearing about promises. Nothing. Nothing has happened. So, we want the president to invest more in vaccines. Put money there.
Canada, I didn't know that you can be energized like that. Honorable members, it is now the turn of Honorable Emmanuel Intikumi. Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me to comment on the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for his visionary leadership and his bold resolve to fix the health sector mess that was bequeathed to him to manage by the erstwhile NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, when a visionary leader speaks, he inspires national development and unity by presenting compelling, hopeful, and clear future that resonates with the aspirations and hopes of the people. And that's the hallmark of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, health is not merely health services. It is the backbone of national productivity. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama had it right by saying that I want health sovereignty. I want to do domestic financing of our health sector. Mr. Speaker, we were here when donor agents support declined drastically from 19% to paltry 2.2%. We were here when US aid withdrew their support to Ghana Health Service for essential health programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was a defining moment because the gap of 2.4 billion financing was left for His Excellency to decide on what to do. He had two options. He had two options, either to lament or to lead. Mr. Speaker, he chose to lead and he acted decisively. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other side of the aisle, they know the importance of health sovereignty and domestic health financing. And that is exactly what His Excellency did for this country. In 2026, direct financing or government funding amounted to 72% of the total health spending. What did you do? You did only 56.8%. Core allocation amounted to 23.3 billion Ghana cedis. And if you put it together with the national health insurance resources, it amounted to 34.7 billion Ghana cedis of the total health spending. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is not accidental. It is deliberate by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It is a clear commitment to domestic health financing and health sovereignty. Right, Honorable Speaker, we all know what has happened to the national health insurance. Uncapped, hope restored, confidence, boosted. People have enrolled, and it has risen from 57% to 66%. Right, Honorable Speaker, claims are timely paid now than before. Mr. Speaker, this is reform in action. This is how you protect universal health coverage by funding sustainably. Right, Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, we all know that these are measurable reforms. It is not rhetoric. From 56.8 to 72% domestic financing. Honorable Speaker, from delayed national health insurance scheme claims to timely payment, from donor vulnerability to health sovereignty, from infrastructure stagnation to expansion. Honorable Speaker, from neglect of chronic and non-communicable disease.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let me now turn to His Excellency Amprechum Sapon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the President's State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama is somebody I admire on the quiet. on the day he gave his State of the Nation address, I ended being very disappointed. Disappointed because I was expecting him to speak and speak clearly on certain matters that have profound influence on the lives of Ghanaians and the Ghanaian economy. One is to do with the cocoa industry. I am a cocoa farmer. So what happened? Foreign affairs to cocoa farm.
See the correlation.
Exactly. I am a cocoa farmer. So what happened in the cocoa industry is something that is affecting my pocket, my well-being, my tomorrow, my health, that of my family, and that of my immediate neighbors. So I am a very worried and a troubled man when it comes to the cocoa industry and the way President Mahama has been handling it. The second one is to do with Galamsey. Galamsey because of the serious and terrible effect that Galamsey is having on the lives, the future, and the well-being of Ghanaians. I am a bit troubled because the NDC came into government on the back of Galamsey. If you go to all the Galamsey areas in Ghana as we speak, about 90% have MPs from the NDC because they were to sell a story that NPP were leading the charge in the Galamsey industry and destroying the environment, the forests, and the water bodies. Because the constituents bought into it, voted for NDC, and they came, and the unfortunately is like the changing of the guards. Now the NDC apparatchiks have taken over the Galamsey business. Well, earlier on, we were accused. When we were in government, we were being accused of leading the charge in the Galamsey industry. Fortunately or unfortunately, with the changing government, having used it as their weapon, now they are the ones in charge. Their MCE, MMDCs are the ones leading the charge in the various constituencies and areas. And they are also even using the drift machines. The drift machines to actually go and do the business. We were expecting that, having said all that they said during the last term, the president was, during his State of the Nation address, was going to outline some practical, achievable measures to arrest the Galamsey menace. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Now, what is happening? The Galamsey is also affecting the cocoa industry, which is so dear to my heart. So the cocoa farmer has been given a double whammy slap. One, they are losing their cocoa farms to Galamsey, and then two, the government is also cutting down on the little money that they are getting for the small cocoa acreage that they now farm on. That is my greatest disappointment. I am hoping that in the next 2.5 years, that the President Mahama is actually going to take a serious look at the cocoa industry and then the Galamsey menace to make sure that he brings some good relief to the lives of the many farmers in this country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to do this. For the records, we have not taken over any Galamsey activities from anybody.
No.
There's no single Galamsey activities in place.
Leader.
In place.
Leader.
There hasn't been any single Galamsey activity.
No.
So I'm not part.
No, leader.
Do you like I'm saying?
Leader, no.
This.
And you are using the drip machines.
Mr. Speaker.
You are even renting them out. I have a video here of my MC
Can you put
renting
off
drip
the mic? Honorable leader, please. If a member says anything, you are not, let's rebut it when you get the opportunity. Other than that, we need to move on. Very well. Let me now move to Honorable Kofi Nko. Kofi, you have the floor now.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm very much.
Speaker, I wouldn't want to do this, but just a guide for our younger ones. The protocols on the floor, they are very strict. So we may relax the rules, but they must, as much as possible, try to have regard to the protocols in terms of crossing.
Yeah.
Because there are people out there watching.
Very important. Yes. Very important. It is only when we are doing consideration, when there is tilted, it is then that you can. So, Honorable Shari, please, let's make sure you go through that way. Yes. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Kofi, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this profound opportunity to add my voice to the State of the Nation address, ably done by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that His Excellency himself summed everything up in his speech. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I refer to page 53 of the SONA. In his words, he said, Right Honorable Speaker, I read, Mr. Speaker, the state of the nation is resilient. The state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Right, Honorable Speaker, why would I say that? Because we would all agree with all the statements made that we inherited an economy that was in the baddest of states. Now, right, Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised that our colleagues are always talking about cocoa. And surprisingly, the best brain, who was the CEO of COCOBOT for 8 years, he has now passed his speaking notes to his son to be telling us how we could have managed COCOBOT and the cocoa industry. Right, Honorable Speaker, what could they have done differently? For 8 years, this same person ran down COCOBOT, and now his son is now the one with new ideas to resurrect COCOBOT. What could they have done differently? Right, Honorable Speaker, the mess that was caused was in all sectors, from infrastructure to health to education and energy. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to energy stability, domestic consumption, and also a government that is serious about industrialization doesn't play with the energy sector. Now, what did we see when we came to power, Right Honorable Speaker? An energy sector that was in coma, rendered with debt that was being pushed along the way. But His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he, the leader of this government, as always, takes bold decisions. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, when we came to power, energy, the lights were having issues. I remember the former president saying that they left the lights on. No, it wasn't true. Actually, the debt that we came to meet, Right Honorable Speaker, was 80 billion Ghana cedis. And when there is debt, Right Honorable Speaker, it affects everybody on the value chain, from generation to transmission to distribution. Now, the good news is that, Right Honorable Speaker, for investors to invest in our energy sector, i.e. our crude oil exploration and everything, we needed a guarantee. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in his own wisdom, put in place an insurance cover which was $500 million. A World Bank partial raise guarantee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the former government couldn't manage this. So eventually, investors were not willing to invest in our crude production. And that is why crude production declined, dwindled, almost about 32%, right, Honorable Speaker. But I can say on authority, right, Honorable Speaker, that as at December 2025, this government, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, right, Honorable Speaker, has paid everything, has settled the $500 million World Bank facility. And the good news is that, right, Honorable Speaker, because of this, investor confidence has returned back to our oil production. And that's why, right, Honorable Speaker, just last week, Taro Oil and the Jubilee partners have extended their production period, attracting an investment of $2 billion. $2 billion. And right, Honorable Speaker, the good news is that this thing will lead to the drilling of wells, at least 20 wells. 20 wells means that, right, Honorable Speaker, there will be more gas to power our lights. There will be more gas for industrialization. Now, right, Honorable Speaker, what I'm so happy about is the intention, the commitment of this government to add value integration to our mineral resources. Because, right, Honorable Speaker, every ton of raw materials that we export, right, Honorable Speaker, we are exporting jobs, we are exporting our prosperity and our progress. VACO, for example, right, Honorable Speaker, for many years was just manufacturing, importing alumina and exporting aluminium. Now, a ton of bauxite, right, Honorable Speaker, sells for $40, but finished aluminium product sells for 5,000 Ghana cedis, $5,000. You can imagine, right, Honorable Speaker, just a value chain at VACO has added $7 million to production of cables, and that is.
Unfortunately, so you'll get another opportunity. So let's turn to Honorable George Abuaje. Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you. No. Thank you. He said. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President was here to deliver the message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, to this august house. But Mr. Speaker, the right state of the nation in this country is joblessness, which everybody is aware. And I'm surprised that my colleague Noko was talking too much about $2 billion oil, 700 million and so. But Mr. Speaker, in his constituency, that is the enclave, the Nzima enclave, there's been a petroleum hub entity that has been established in this country. This petroleum hub needs only 300 million cedis, 300 million cedis for them to start operation. These investors, Mr. Speaker, investors are looking for land title for them to invest. And they need 300 million, but this government is able to raise 300 million to go and buy sanitary pad. Whereby this enclave will employ not less than 800,000 Ghanaians when it's established. But we are able to buy sanitary pad. That is the state of the nation, the rare state of the nation, to raise, be able to raise 300 million to go and buy sanitary pad. Instead of paying compensation to the landowners for investors to be able to have land titles, we are not able to do it. Mr. Speaker, this is the rare state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, and again, the President in his State of the Nation in 2025, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. He said, the energy sector, I read, Mr. Speaker, with your permission. He said, over the last 8 years, the outgone NPP administration has left the Ghanaian people and energy sector burden with a staggering 70 billion cedis debt as of December 2025.
2024. But Mr. Speaker, in the State of the Nation in 2026, the same president in this House said the energy sector was burdened with a staggering 80 billion debt. 2025,
Which is which?
He said 70 billion. 2026, he said 80 billion. Which is which? My colleagues, let us know. Yes. Why? This is what, it's not typo. This is what, Mr. Speaker, I find out. It's because they want to continue increasing electricity tariffs. That is why they are setting the mind of Ghanaians to know that, oh, there is debt we need to pay. That is why every year they are increasing energy sector debt. Mr. Speaker, now we have Usain Bolt meters. That is what we have in this country. Usain Bolt meters. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, in last year, this government increased electricity tariffs cumulatively to 28%. But Mr. Speaker, in real term, we are experiencing about 50 to 70% increment. And this government is telling us that they'll be able to get more revenue from this sector. It's just because of this increment. It's not because of any efficiency. There's no efficiency in that sector. The wastage in that sector is still there. You guys are in your second year, and there's still wastage. If Ghana has to achieve energy security, we have to focus on wastage. That is the most important thing. Mr. Speaker, so in reality, they've not increased correction. Electricity correction has not been increased. But in reality, it's because of the Usain Bolt meter. That is why we are experiencing that. So the government must do that. This is the real State of the Nation address. Usain Bolt, and then money to Zuma Enclave for the petroleum hub to move on. This is what we want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Is Honorable Alexander Ocheji? Yes, Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion ably moved by the Honorable Member for Bolgatanga Central, Honorable Isaac Adongo, and in so doing, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, for respecting Article 36(5) and Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution by delivering a masterful message on the state of the nation of Ghana. As chairman of the Select Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism, I find this address to be more than a speech. In fact, it is a multidimensional strategic roadmap designed to move Ghana from import-oriented to a position of continental trade leader. Mr. Speaker, conspicuously, every bit of information in this address is backed by data. For instance, the economy of Ghana has not only been recovered, but it has expanded by $113 billion, catapulting Ghana into the top 10 economies of Africa. Mr. Speaker, the growth, or this particular growth, is anchored on a stellar trade performance of Ghana. By December 2025, our current account recorded a surplus of $9.1 billion, which is 8.1% of GDP, from $1.5 billion in 2024. The expansion in Ghana's economy is attributable to the sterling performance of the economic policies of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the 9.1 billion current account surplus, representing 8.1% of GDP, indicates strong export performance and increased foreign exchange inflows, which is helping stabilize our city and reduce inflationary pressures. The foregoing undoubtedly strengthens investor confidence in the economy of Ghana. 2, it also attracts investment into key sectors of the economy of Ghana. It creates opportunities for job and business growth. This positions Ghana as a resilient and competitive economy capable of supporting development and improving the welfare of her citizenry. Mr. Speaker, the pillars of trade success indicate that the government's export-oriented strategy is yielding a remarkable result in Ghana today. Through the Accelerated Export Development Program, non-traditional export surged by 27.04%, generating $4.87 billion in 2025, whilst mining sector alone contributed $15.25 billion, accounting for 65% of total export earnings. Establishment of the Gold Board has strengthened gold sovereignty by formalizing small-scale gold exports. Increased recorded volumes from 63.6 tons to 103 tons, ensuring that the country's gold reserves support the national economy rather than leaking across borders.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Alexander. So, honorable members, let's turn to Honorable Jerry Ahmed. Jerry, you are a leader. You are a leader, but unfortunately, you are supposed to use 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, pardon me.
5 minutes.
No, not leadership. Leadership, we agreed, is 15 minutes. You were not at conclave. We agreed it's 15 minutes. Honorable Achampo, you were not at conclave. Mr. Speaker, that's fine. I can deal with the 10 minutes. It's fine.
Very well. I'm just going by what has been provided me.
Third members to do 10 minutes.
Yes.
You say leaders will do 15. So now that it's reduced to 5 minutes, you do the 10 minutes.
Very well. Honorable Jerry, 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by with your permission, making reference to the biblical quotation, John 3:3. And Mr. Speaker, John 3:3, with your permission, I read. Jesus answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this John 3:3 has a lot of permutations with His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, let me just make a simple reference. This is the 3rd time John Mahama has been made President of the Republic of Ghana. So what it means is that he was president the moment President John Evans Satamils died, whose demise and how it happened, we have not been able to respond to till date. After President Mills's death, sorrowfully, sadly, President Mahama took over. President Mahama came back 2012 to 2016. And President Mahama is back again. He came to this hallowed chamber and he said to us, Ghana is back. Ghana is back. Mr. Speaker, do you know what is back? Incompetence is back. Mr. Speaker, do you know what is back? Deceit is back. And Mr. Speaker, do you know what is back? Recklessness is back. Disregard for human beings is back. Mr. Speaker, and I will show you how. First of all, let's start with the cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, President John Mahama had the opportunity of canvassing for votes, and he did so at the nooks and crannies of this state called Ghana. He went all over the place. Had of Ghana, and you know what I'm going to do? Wherever President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had kept you, I was going to move you further up. President Akufo-Addo left cocoa farmers somewhere around 3,001 per bag. Mr. Speaker, do you know what President Mahama did? He came and added 500 cities and they got 3,600. Do you know what is happening to them now, Mr. Speaker? From 3,600, President John Dramani Mahama, sometimes the D sounds deceitful, has moved from 3,600 to 2,500, and he has reduced bag of cocoa just like they are doing the iSense advert. About this to say, who? Mr. Speaker, what is even more painful? Mr. Speaker, what is even more painful is that in these current and modern times, the president had the effrontery, with all due deference to him, to tell cocoa farmers that he was going to sink boreholes. Mr. Speaker, in these modern times, you tell a cocoa farmer that is farming on an acreage of land, maybe 50 acres of land, that you do akakra, na ya sibo, na mo busiono, mechanized system. Mr. Speaker, if my time will be saved, that is all important. You can take all the 15 minutes if you want.
Speaker, my brother Jerry Shaib, my dear brother, the second deputy minority whip, he said something that cannot be countenanced. It cannot. He knows that what he said offends 93(5) of our standing orders. Speaker, with your leave, if I may remind him, Order 93, Rule 5 is couched in these terms. A member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. Speaker, he cannot suggest for the records that the middle name of our president sounds deceitful. It cannot be. He cannot do that. He cannot do that.
Well noted.
He cannot do that.
Well noted. Honorable Jelly, please withdraw that, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have not said, and Mr. Speaker, when did it become a problem for us to stay in this chamber that people are deceitful?
Honorable Jelly.
Mr. Speaker, if I can prove to the effect that you said A and you are not. Speaker,
I am requesting that
Speaker,
withdraw
I stick to your guidance.
Yeah.
Yes, and I ask that be withdrawn.
Very well.
From the record, Speaker. Thank you very much.
So tape records, please explain that, please.
Speaker, I just want you to know
have
that
to continue.
The time I had spoken then was 2 minutes. Now it is.
You are continuing from
4 minutes.
You are continuing from 4 minutes
34 seconds. I captured it, Speaker.
4 minutes
34
yes.
seconds.
No,
the time I spoke was 2 minutes.
Oh, the time he has spoken. Oh, the register, it was there. I noticed 4. So
Speaker,
you continue.
At this stage, For some of us who had the opportunity of benefiting from Cocoa Board scholarship, we ask ourselves, what is happening to the cocoa farmer? The man who struggled to put some of us to school. Why are we doing this to them? Why did the president even promise them boreholes when you are dealing with acreage of farms? Speaker, with deference to the president, if you have a farm that has a size that you are going to sink boreholes for the farmer to use the boreholes to cultivate cocoa, are we serious? Speaker, let me leave that. As we speak, yesterday we had some statements read by the minority chief whip, and it was on ECOSI. And Speaker, that gave us a lot of information on how our forest is being degraded and there is deforestation all over the place. Speaker, you know why? Because we decided to change Precious Minerals, a marketing company, and relabel it, which is very usual with this side of government, that all they are used to doing is to do rebranding, to now name it Go Board. Now the finance minister comes to also give it another name. What are they doing? All they are doing is to encourage galamsey. Speaker, everywhere you pass, there is galamsey. Yes. There is eminent death trap in Bole, where the president comes from because of galamsey activities. Speaker, galamsey has become a problem to the extent that if we do not take care, including yourself, you will not be found alive in the next 20 years. What is happening? There are kidney issues, just like even the Minister of Health even came to talk about. There are all manner of gallbladder cases. And what we still think about is to make losses and to send people to London to go and have parties. And they will come and be celebrating. And then you will come and tell us that you've made loss of $214 million. Today, the Deputy Minister of Finance comes to stand here and is talking about 7 billion Ghana cedis when we have made losses on Gold Board only about 7 billion cedis in 2025, Mr. Speaker. And this is what we are talking about. Speaker, let me just make reference to something that you would have to know. And you would be very excited to get this. Speaker, and I picked this from the dailies. And this was captured on the 27th of February. And he says this: if you think Dumso was bad, wait until the Buidam falls. Galamsey silt is physically suffocating the turbines that power half of Ghana. We are trading 24/7 electricity for a few bars of gold today. It is a national security emergency. The people demand accountability. DCs and MCs in these gold mining areas, all they are doing is galamsey. Speaker, this is the picture. Look at the Buidam. It is getting terrible. And all we think about is we mine, we sell the gold, we make losses, and then we send some set of women to London to go and chill with our money. Speaker, that is what is happening. This is the kind of settings we are dealing with. Settings everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now, let me even give you some more, Mr. Speaker. Under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, Mr. Speaker, you know what has happened? The Bank of Ghana sold 18 tons of our gold that we have reserved for all this period. And Mr. Speaker, you know what they did? It amounted to $2.22 billion. Mr. Speaker, in just about 4 months, they have come back. You saw the reserves, and I watched the current Bank of Ghana governor giving an interview. And he said that to sell gold reserves amounted to we selling our future. He now got the opportunity and he sold the gold reserves, 18 tons. Mr. Speaker, look at this. Today, Bank of Ghana is telling us that they are going to buy the same 18 tons of gold. Mr. Speaker, listen to this clearly. For $3.4 billion. When you just sold it for $2.2 million. So you sell it, release it, you turn and come and take it. Who is taking the $1.3 billion profit they are making? Mr. Speaker, we are here today, we are talking about electricity tariffs. electricity tariffs. You come here to this parliament and take what we call the Doomsday levy. You have taken the Doomsday levy. After taking the Doomsday levy, which is 1% on every petroleum product, you turn back and all you are doing. Mr. Speaker, let me even finish with this. Mr. Speaker, you know what happened? You know what?
Thank you, Honorable Jerry. Honorable Jerry, thank you. Please. We make provision for it. Honorable members, I am not the timekeeper. Please, I am not the timekeeper. The point of order was part of so it was taken off. Please, I am not the timekeeper. I mean, once immediately. I am not the timekeeper. So if for whatever reason there's an interjection and I allow that, yours will stop. Please, that's the process. It's not mean. It's not mean. Yours will stop until the interjector stops, then your time start counting again. So that's the process. It's not me. That's the timekeeper. I have nothing to do with the time. Honorable Jali, for whatever reason, I give you 1 minute. That is my benevolence. Please. That is. Come again. No. Honorable Echampong, that is my own. 1 minute, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, suffice to say that I'm running up. I'll just bring the issue on unemployment. Mr. Speaker, I saw President John Mahama's post in 2020 when he had posted that people were removed from offices, from their jobs, from their employ. And this was not the right thing to be done. President Mahama takes over and then he directs the chief of staff. Mr. Speaker, 51,000 people removed. Mr. Speaker, when you remove the 51,000 people, and Mr. Speaker, you know why I'm sad? I'm sad because the chief of staff has presidential ambitions.
Oh, I want to cry.
Honorable Asiedu Nketia will not ask that Ghanaians be removed from office like this. Mr. Speaker, these are people who are suffering BPs and other issues.
Thank you. So, honorable members, let me now turn to Honorable Joseph Appiah-Boateng. Honorable, we have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address, ably delivered by President Jamal Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, the gentle giant, the man with integrity,
at least, if nothing at all, no one can tag him with drug addiction.
Timekeeper.
That's the kind of president that we have
Timekeeper,
now.
his time is not reading. Why?
Mr. Speaker, on February 20th.
Hold on.
Okay, so you paused my time.
Hold on.
1 minute gone.
Hold on.
The honorable member started speaking about a minute ago, but we have observed that the time has not been moving, and we insist that it is deducted from the time allotted. So he has about 4 minutes more. So let the timekeepers keep track of that one. Thank you.
So, timekeeper. I mean, let's have the time working. And yes, Honorable Appiah.
So I should start all over. Mr. Speaker, all over again? Or
go on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 27th of February 2026 at 10 a.m., His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was in the House to deliver State of the Nation address. And the statement was so nice. I'm proud of President because, at least if nothing at all, no one can tag President as a drug addict. He has done so well. And above all, he made mention about
Honorable Appiah.
He made mention about
Honorable Appiah. Please withdraw that statement.
Which one?
That nobody can tag the president.
Okay.
Withdraw it, please.
I draw it.
I mean,
Mr. Speaker, during his address, he made mention about some projects in my constituency, that's Afram Plain South, and that he's going to construct a bridge from Adoso to Echiamanfrum and continue from Echiamanfrum to Agodeke to construct our main road, and also construct a road from Kwampong Kwanta to Agogo, Achimagogo. And again, as we speak, we've received over 10,000 birds, that's chicken, in Nkukwanketingkete. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, Ultramodern Farmers Service Center, one in town, is being constructed in my constituency. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, President has given Afram Plain South District Assembly over 18 million Ghana cedis. Elsewhere in 2024, NPP administration or NPP government gave only 300,000 to the District Assembly. So President is working. I don't know why some of you still want to dishonor what the President is doing. Again, one will ask, why is it that you hate everything that President Mahama do? Anybody who goes against President Mahama is a nation wrecker. Yes, anybody who accuses him, that means we're a nation wrecker. Because, as we speak, common fund is not in arrears. You all can attest to that fact. NHIS is not in arrears. Get fund is not in arrears. Distribution of these assembly monies is not in arrears. Again, fuel prices has reduced drastically. Food prices has reduced drastically. You left a gallon of fuel at 90, now it's 50, so you are benefiting from it. So it has reduced drastically. No doom so in the country. Now, as we speak, the exchange rate that you left at 47 now is at 15. So is that the reason why you hate him? Now, if you buy $1,000, you use $10,000 or $11,000 to purchase $1,000.
At your time, we have to use 17,000. So you are making free 5 or 6,000.
Yeah.
So if you don't like this, during your time, Ghana was being compared with Sri Lanka, Togo. Now, Ghana, you know the countries that they are comparing Ghana to. So please, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I say this with no apology or whatsoever, that sometimes it's better to keep your mouth shut. For someone to think that you're an idiot than open your mouth for them to know that you are truly the one. That is what it is.
Honorable Apia.
Ghana.
Honorable Apia. Honorable Apia. I beg of you. I mean, yeah, we do that one as well. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's administration, there's no violence in by-election. We haven't witnessed any by-election that has caused violence. Under President Mahama's watch, assembly members are being paid every month. Under President Mahama's watch,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's now give the floor to Honorable Patricia PJ. My part, unfortunately, you can use 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute towards the 27th February 2026 State of the Nation's address presented by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, what we heard on the 27th of February was as presented was not the state of the nation. But let us be honest with ourselves in this house. What we heard was the state of the nation. It was the state of political spin. It was not a diagnosis of the economy. It was a public relations. It was a public relations exercise wrapped in statistics and decorated with slogans.
Yes.
The address was heavy on optics, and it was light on outcomes. Heavy on slogans, light on solutions, heavy on applause lines, and then light on accountability. Mr. Speaker, governance is not a theater. Governance is delivery. And on delivery, the government is failing the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, the president presented figures, but figures without dignity are meaningless. You cannot pay rent with projections. You cannot settle hospital bills with optimism. This government has perfected what is statistical governance, where numbers rise on paper, while suffering rises on the streets. Growth without jobs is a jobless growth. Recovery without relief is rhetorical recovery. Mr. Speaker, the true state of the nation is measured not in statistics, but in the daily dignity of the Ghanaian people. Honorable Speaker, it is basic economics. When purchasing power disappears, markets collapse. Today, Farmers harvest their produce but cannot cannot find buyers. Market women sit from morning until evening and return home with unsold goods. Mr. Speaker, just this weekend, I was at a funeral and I met a market woman, and he came to tell me that when you go to Parliament, let everybody know that we go and sit at our shops and nobody even enters to buy. And this is the state for which the president is projecting to us as Ghana has come back economically. Honorable Speaker, small businesses are quietly collapsing. Small businesses, they are quietly collapsing. The informal sector, which employs the majority of our people, is suffocating. That is the true state of our nation today. Low inflation driven by weak demand is not economic success. It is economic distress disguised as stability. Mr. Speaker, the real state of the nation is outside this chamber. It is in traders battling with transport hikes, youth battling unemployment, SMEs are battling high interest rates, families battling utility tariffs, electricity bills are rising, fuel remains volatile, transport fare keep on soaring, increasing by the day. Rents in our cities have become unbearable. This is not an economic transformation. This is economic suffocation. The government promised a reset. What Ghanaians are experiencing is economic fatigue. This government preached austerity to the Ghanaian people, but where is the shared sacrifice? When citizens tighten their belts, the government losing its own. We continue to witness bloated bureaucracies by establishing all manner like the 24-hour economy authority, expanded presidential staff, excessive appointments, administrative extravagance. Mr. Speaker, this is not fiscal discipline. This is hypocrisy. Leadership must lead by example, not assumption. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have increased by 30%. We cannot buy. The president spoke proudly about agriculture, but farmers across the country tell a different story. Farmers struggle. High fertilizer costs, limited access to credit, inadequate irrigation, post-harvest losses. That is what we are experiencing now. And this is the true state of our economy. We have experienced cocoa head cuts. Farmers have their produce, and unfortunately, nobody is buying. The government is not purchasing. What are we experiencing? Mass dismissals. 51,000. And the only woman who had been in office when we speak of affirmative action, that woman has been sacked. And it is very sad. I'm talking about the Chief Justice, Justice Tokono, at this point in time. This is how...
Sit down. Sit down. Please stop your thing. Stop it, my part. Stop it, my part. Stop it.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I haven't called you.
Let me once more.
I haven't called you.
Let me once more invoke Order 93.5. You see, the comments of a member must not provoke debate. She makes the point that the only woman in office. It cannot be accurate that the only woman. Oh, you see, the ex-CJ, was not the only woman in office. She's ex. Which court? The ex-CJ. So, Mr. Speaker, my big sister could go ahead and make a point. But the factual inaccuracies must be set aright, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I haven't called you. No, leader. Leader, if you speak tomorrow, you.
Mr. Speaker, the respected deputy leader made the point very clear that this government dismissed Justice Arabe Sabatokonu. It's a matter of fact.
Leader.
It doesn't matter. Forget that. You are not here to mark grammar.
Leader.
You are here to mark the facts.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I beg of you.
we are not here to do English.
Leader.
We are here to present the fact. You sacked the woman. It was a political decision.
Leader.
Instead of creating jobs. It doesn't. It's inconsequential. It's inconsequential.
My part, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also emphasize that when farmers cannot recover their investments, they reduce production the following season. And that is how food insecurity begins. Not with droughts, but with failed markets and failed policy. Our cocoa farmers, once the pride of this nation, are now struggling to survive. Some are abandoning cocoa farms, others are selling land to illegal farmers, illegal miners, and this is not the agricultural crisis that we know. It is a national tragedy. Mr. Speaker, our rivers are dying, our forests are disappearing, our farmlands are being destroyed.
Would you shut up?
Illegal mining continues to poison our waters, our water bodies, and destroy communities. Cases of kidney disease and respiratory disease are rising in affected areas when young people are illegal miners as the only viable livelihood. It is not a youth failure. Mr. Speaker, the youth of Ghana remember the promises they were promised. 1 job, 3 jobs. They have failed to recruit into the force. They were promised 1 job, 3 shifts, 1 million coders, industrial transformation, mass job creation. Today, graduates roam the streets of certificates, but no opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me now look up and call Honorable Ataisa. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me begin by thanking His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for honoring his constitutional mandate in presenting the state of our nation. The report covered a comprehensive scorecard of the President's first year in office, that is the year 2025. Speaker, this was a drastic recovery performance built on key pillars of our economy in terms of recovery from the fiscal and debt distress, currency and inflation stabilization, external sector turnaround, and improved ratings and investor confidence going into 2026. Speaker, you cannot discuss the state of the nation 2025 without paying attention to the pre-inauguration economy. That is the economy that was inherited from Nana Akufo-Addo regime. This was an economy that was burdened with unsustainable debt of 726.7 billion Ghana cedis after debt restructuring. It was an economy that was faced with high inflation of 23.8%, high in the sub-region. It was an economy that recorded 32% depreciation of our currency against major trading currencies, highest or the weakest in the sub-region. And then it was an economy that had a felt reality on the average Ghanaian in terms of cost of living. Speaker, the Finance Minister and the President has eloquently discussed the macro issues. But listening to the minority, they keep on repeating this same thing on electricity and water tariff. And I want to bring it to their attention. Speaker, never again should the average Ghanaian give the NPP the opportunity, having subjected us to these current economic difficulties, and turn around to profit politically from the same difficulties that they put us in. Speaker, I have in my hand the IMF Country Report number 24/334 that was released in October 2024. And with your permission, let me quote: as part of Ghana's IMF-supported extended credit facility agreed in May 2023, a key prior action. Speaker, as part of Ghana's IMF supported, Mr. Speaker, a key prior action to the IMF program, which was called a mandatory condition before the IMF financing, was to implement an upfront weighted average electricity tariff. I'm quoting from the IMF report. Mr. Speaker, the government was committed to implement an upfront weighted average electricity tariff adjustment of at least 29% annually. What this meant was that every year, the minimum the government could increase the electricity and water was 29%. This was explicitly meant to bring electricity tariff closer to the cost recovery and reduce energy sector shortfalls.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, the member on his feet must not attract any notoriety to himself. We don't want the records of this house. You've just come a young MP with a future. Mr. Speaker, he must be careful with his choice of words. He must be careful with his choice of words to earn the respect of leadership. So if he is using certain words, Mr. Speaker, he should be careful.
Leader, thank you.
So that the House respects you. If you start using certain phrases, you lose the respect the House has for you.
Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you.
Speaker.
I believe
Mr. Speaker, this kind of intimidation will not work in this house. You can never intimidate anybody in this house.
Honorable Champion, you know, Honorable Champion,
you've decided to intimidate our backbenchers. It will never wash.
Honorable Champion, I think Atta is even more fortified.
Give it to them. Give it to them.
Speaker, I'm still relying on the IMF Council report number 24/33 for October 2024. Speaker, it proceeded by saying that this covers the third review under the ECF. Oh, please, I'm quoting from a report. Speaker, this covers the third review under the ECF arrangement, outlined the program's continued focus on utility tariff reform as a core component of the energy sector financial stabilization. The report notes that the program envisaged, Mr. Speaker, periodic quarterly tariff reviews by the PURC using a formal electricity and water major tariff review 2022 to 2025 framework. Mr. Speaker, what this meant was that from 2022 to 2025, there should have been an annual increase in electricity and water by 29% on an average, at least. Now look at what the IMF said, Mr. Speaker. The IMF proceeded by saying that
Atta, I'll give you 30 seconds. I gave the other 1 minute. Atta, 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, let me just conclude with this. The IMF stated categorically
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, as much as I'm concerned, I try to be fair to everybody. Those people that were interrupted, at times I give you 1 minute, at times I give you 30 seconds. So please, I don't think I've been unfair to anybody. Yes. So now we've had 12 each from majority side and 12 from minority side. I think the minority side, we don't have any member on my list. You are left with only one. So I think, to be fair, if we can conclude just here, we are left only Fred. Yes, Fred Abenyo. That's on my list. No, it's only Fred Abenyo. That's what I have here.
Mr. Speaker, many of the members, when you mentioned their names, they were not around. Yeah, so we want to do some replacement. If only they have the numbers.
No, they don't have their number. Place 12, we've had 12 from each side.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip and I have engaged. The conclusion is that we've had 12-12, we should call it a day, so that leaders can prepare for tomorrow. We would want to encourage members to be in the chamber. No, the understanding you and I had, if we had, the understanding we had was that we close at 12:12. I mean, that's the understanding. If you want to plead for one more, Mr. Speaker, I think it's 5 minutes, only fair that we will not take our pound of flesh. But know that it is only this time and this time only. Don't attempt to say that it is 12:13. No, just for you to know. I know how you people can take undue advantage of your so-called majority. Your so-called majority. Remember, we once had 169. And your 2028, you don't know what will happen. So be measured how you enjoy this, your so-called majority. You should. Be gracious. Be gracious. I'm just reminding you. You never know what will happen. You never know. When you're taking advantage of your so-called majority, remember that there's an election ahead. And Ghanaians are not happy with you. You know. You can't create jobs. You promise cocoa farmers 6,000. You can't even pay them. You are reducing. Galamsey is getting out of hand.
Thank you very much.
So remember.
So, Honorable, which constituency is that? Pando, yes, let him give. Yes, let him give Pando 5 minutes. So I'm giving Pando, then I'll give Avi 5. Okay, Pando.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you sincerely for this great opportunity coming at such an odd hour. Mr. Speaker, let me just use part of my time, as short as it is, to quote something that His Excellency said during the SONA presentation in the penultimate paragraphs. And this is what he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, there is an old African proverb, however long the night is, the dawn will break. The dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance, but only action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning, while others still speak of darkness.
Speaker, the minority leader has developed a certain unholy taste of heckling my backbench. Unholy taste. Yes, he has developed a certain unholy taste of heckling my backbench. Both the female and the male. And he must desist from that. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the state of our nation, as said by the President, is resilient. The state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is in the firm hands of its people. This was said by His Excellency the President, and I think that it's so inspiring. Mr. Speaker, I think I would limit my comments, as short as it is, to only comment on industrial and trade policies that were so explicitly said or delivered by His Excellency the President. He told us that this country's industrialization and trade issues are anchored by the 24-hour economy policy. And this, for me, is unprecedented in this country, where you have a policy that has been brought forward to drive the economy being brought to the floor of Parliament for debate. And if we have forgotten, let us remember that the 24-hour economy policy document, or the policy as it is now, it's now a law. And this was brought to the floor of Parliament and passed by this August House on the 6th of February 2025. Mr. Speaker, this budget is also anchored by a whopping amount of 110 million, which has been devoted to the 24-hour economy policy. The policy document, unlike others that we've seen before, that have also come and gone, like the Vision 2020, the likes of free SHS, the likes of the sloganeering policies that have come that we know about, none of these has seen it taken through, a thorough process like what we have as a 24-hour economy. Indeed, committees that are also part of this August House have scrutinized this policy so well that now we can be proud that all the facets of lawmaking, all the facets that require that a policy for a nation is taken or accepted by all has been done. Mr. Speaker, let me remind all of us that as far as trade and industrialization is concerned, per these policies, now we know that under the 24-hour economy policy, we have extended operating hours backed by law. We have also gone ahead to negotiate for reduction in energy and transportation costs. It's also part of the prescriptions of this policy document and by extension the law. We have a push for irrigated agriculture production. We have a 250 million power deal savings that has been made through the IPP renegotiation. And indeed, we have all the other things that go with what we know as the Women Development Banking. And I heard a short while ago one of the debaters trying to make a point that the 410 or the 401 million Ghana cedis that has been made for the Women's World Banking, if shared, some people will get some amount of money, which is 1 cedi per person. I think that is so, I don't know the word to use, but so rudimentary in analysis.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That brings us to the end of today's debate. I think this is in preparation to close the debate tomorrow by the leaders. So on that note, let me thank all of you, especially those who contributed to this session. And on that note, let me respectfully yield to leadership.
Speaker, we are grateful for the stamina shown by members, especially today being the last day for members to make their final contributions on the SONA. Tomorrow, we want to urge everyone to be here early, as our leaders will be a tournament of ideas regarding the SONA. So today we prayed to start at 12, but we ended up starting at about 1:15. So I pray that we come back tomorrow at 12 again, because both leaders may have 1 hour apiece. That will be 2 hours in terms of speaking time before we deal with other businesses. So we pray that we come back at midday so we can have enough time to handle other businesses. Speaker, on that note, we've done just over 5 hours. It's about 3 minutes to 7 p.m. So, 3 minutes to 8 p.m. So we've done over 5 hours. So we are entirely in your hands in this matter. But I pray that we are gentle tomorrow midday to do with this matter.
Very well. Lead Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. Eche can be a true gentleman. You know, when he is in that gentlemanly mood, the way he chooses his words and all, it's my prayer that he continues. It's my prayer that he continues. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 things. Tomorrow, I'm told our female MPs have a forum. I want to encourage colleagues to participate. I'm told it's 11 a.m.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Right. Well, yes, 10 a.m. Mr. Speaker, also, a lot of colleagues in this chamber I am a minority leader, or a lot of people would come to me with a general concern, and I'm passing it through the chief whip. Mr. Speaker, many of our constituents are having issues with the recruitment. They write aptitude tests, they get locked out, they are spending money. It's unbearable, and the pressure is on us. This side of the house, that side of the house, Mr. Speaker, not one, not two, several MPs. Mr. Speaker, leader, talk some for us. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you. The same thing. But Mr. Speaker, let the record hear you. That you also having the same thing. This is your mouth. They won't know. When Afenyo Markin says it, they say contempt. But I'm speaking the truth. Every burden is on my head. From you people, you are suffering. You come, leader, speak for us. Then when they are taking me to privileges, you won't stop them. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that, no, it's a fact. Stop, let's not be doing partisanship with everything. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the recruitment into police, fire, prisons, immigration is becoming problematic. Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to misinform the minister. I am not directing any attack on his person. No. I just want to put the facts right. Don't pretend your constituents are not on your case. Mr. Speaker, these unemployed youths, they go to the center, they say you are supposed to go through aptitude tests, you get under the system and you are locked out. The question, somebody told me, he was asked a question, what is the size of a basketball court? You want to go to police, then you have to answer a question. The AI system that has been deployed must be customized and to ask relevant questions. It cannot be generalized. It's AI, so you are asking general questions. Mr. Speaker, the military did something good. They created a system where people entered to write the aptitude test direct. Mr. Speaker, if it is possible, the system should be changed to enable our boys and girls who are even not educated on ICT to write it manually, so that a proper system is put in place which will allow them to go into the AI space. I am for AI. I am for IT. But you cannot suddenly call somebody from Punkugu who doesn't know anything about IT and wants to join the force work, and you are told that go and write aptitude tests via AI, and if you don't have any means, you fail. Mr. Speaker, this is not political, and I don't want it to be misconstrued. I think it's a serious system challenge that the ministry would have to look at properly, because it is us, the MPs, who are carrying the burden. And I speak for the entire house. I speak for the entire house. People go to the cafe and then they get on the computer and they go through all manner of challenges. Mr. Speaker, I would plead that the whole system be reviewed. Our boys, our girls, they come to us MPs, take money to go on the internet to have access.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Very well. Well noted.
Before my brother seconds the motion for adjournment, he did not. Speaker, let me say that I share in the concerns, the pressure on MPs. As we sit here, our phones are beaming with messages about disqualification. And so let me assure the House and the entire nation that the minister responsible for the interior, especially in respect of the services that fall under his supervision, is taking steps to address the issues. So he's slated sometime to come meet members on both sides to iron out the matters. And I'm sure that the minority chief whip will be reaching out to the other side regarding a convenient time for the minister to come meet them. the minister is also taking steps to meet this side so that we can engage and find a middle ground regarding the solution. And let the record also reflect that this recruitment is the carryover from last year. It will not be the last. That is why everybody is asking for a more reasonable, forward-looking process, so that going forward, the casualties will not be as many as they are. So we are all looking for a more convenient way of doing it, so that people are not felt, they don't feel that they've been left out unreasonably. So let me assure leader that where he sits, he has a certain panoramic view of issues. He will know that steps will be taken so that those who may not go through with this process, once the reforms are made, they can go through, especially those who have age on their side.
Well.
So that's the
Thank
assurance.
you.
The minister will come and address the issues.
So, Chief Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
When are we taking the formula for the DAC?
The indications are that we may take it by Friday. That's the indication. Okay. So, but I will confirm to the House tomorrow if I am upon conferring with my two leaders on the matter.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, this is the way to go. On that note, I am able to second his motion. Suffice to add that
I don't think he moved the motion. We've gone beyond the. Did you move? No, but you've gone beyond 5 hours, and therefore there wasn't the need for.
No, Mr.
Yes, so.
Mr. Speaker, he was asking me to second his motion, and so I wanted to tell him that as his senior, he knows how well the rules guide us. So he can't lead me into temptation to second a motion that he doesn't have the power to move. But Mr. Speaker, with the positive response from the Chief Whip, I believe that beyond this, we may have to even look at the number of people who have bought forms and have gone through all this hell, and whether there is a way that if they don't get the opportunity, they get their monies refunded. If they cannot refund, then there must be a system to move them next year. Yes, Mr. Speaker, a system of, because over 250,000 people have bought forms, 90,000 plus going through aptitude tests, and we are being told only 5,000 will be taken. All those revenues, monies, Mr. Speaker, it is us, they come to us. So that is a secondary issue. But for now, I feel assured from his comment that the sector minister will address this and terminate the system if possible, or review it so that a proper way of testing. Well, where I sit is a hot seat. Everything comes to me and I need to raise them. So understand me, Mr. Speaker, people are suffering. That is the word on the street.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, let me thank you once again. We've gone beyond 8 p.m. and therefore our agenda house to tomorrow 12 noon. Tomorrow 12 noon.